You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to semifinal Sunday. Third round of the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray in South Carolina. That right there is the man to beat. The favorite before we started, he starts the day with a 5-pound lead. If you want to upset his plans, you better lay some groundwork today. This is Patrick Walters of South Carolina.
Yeah, pretty much you better have your head on a swivel for the first 3 hours of competition every morning on Lake Murray, because in one word, this lake absolutely explodes. Every single morning, you'll see some of the best camera work of the season, some of the best action. If you're going to win this tournament, you're going to have to get by that angler right there, Patrick Walters.
God, she's bigger than I thought. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm just kidding. I'm not that right. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's go. Come on.
Boy.
That was earlier this morning. These anglers have been fishing for about an hour at this point right now. It's again semifinal Sunday. 50 anglers left in the field from our original 102. We're going to Lake Murray. 8 hours of fishing today. And Mark Zona, sometimes we take our time, kind of ease into the day and see what the day brings to it. We don't have that luxury this time because your success or failure for all of these anglers right now in the first couple hours depends on the presence or absence of one little bait fish.
Exactly right. This whole lake this time of year, well, pretty much all year long, except for when the largemouth actually are reproducing and spawning. Pretty much the rest of the year, they chase a little dude called a blueback herring. And if you are not around blueback herring, you're probably not fishing today. You're on your way home. But if you have dialed in that early morning bite, the blueback herring kind of on the tail end of their spawning season, the best way to describe the first 3 hours on this lake, there are schools of 20, 30 big largemouth just hunting that bait fish. And here's the other side of it. You cannot stress this enough. It is a razor's edge if you are fishing today or you're not fishing. And here's why. 6 out of our top 10 after day number 1 do not have a camera today. But that being said, if you are still on those very shallow schools of largemouth, the average size bass has been fantastic. Your leader with over 4.5 pound average.
There is no doubt about it. Lake Murray is full of big time tournament bass available to these anglers. It's rated #1 last year by Bassmaster magazine in the southeastern quadrant of the United States. Again, they can be, as you say, a razor's edge between success and failure out here. Timing, getting rising fish, being on time for them is very hard to do. Patrick Walters started his college career just down the road at South Carolina University of South Carolina, I should say, and has had a stellar career in his 6 years on the Bassmaster's Elite Series. Starts the day again with a 5-pound lead. He was the favorite coming in. We talked to him before everything started this morning.
We're halfway through the season, halfway through this tournament. We're halfway. That's all it is. Let's just chip it in. We're there now. You know what time it is.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Listen, he has turned in. He's the state trooper. He
Yeah.
is the state trooper. There's no doubt about it.
Again, we've been fishing for about an hour out here, our anglers. This is a 50,000 acre lake, not too big. They were able to get started, get set up pretty early. That is third place to start the day. Former Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakeup, moving into the top 10 yesterday.
And really, if you look at the top 10, a lot of victories in that top 10. The other thing really that we've noticed throughout this week, you could kind of be out of it, okay? You can have a slow morning, and then all of a sudden something like that happens. And here's the incredible thing about Lake Murray right now. It can happen in 5. Your day could be miserable, and one of those schools comes up, and all of a sudden you have 18 to 25 pounds in your live well. You're going to notice something with most of your anglers this morning. This window, this bite window, it does not last all day. Generally about 9 or 10 o'clock when the sun starts to get high, blueback herring tend to fade off of a lot of these shallow water areas, you will see a big sense of urgency with every one of your anglers on camera this morning.
Let's get back out to our leader. We can't take our eyes off Patrick Walters today for very long. He's got his limit in the boat. Now he's working on upgrading.
All the way up shallow. They should bust right now in a minute. God, he missed him. Nope, other side, other side, other side. Go back the other way. I don't want to get you in my backswing.
Patrick Walters with already 5 in his live well.
Doesn't feel big. He feels like he's got weight, but he doesn't. He's shaking his head weird. He doesn't look big. He's fat though. Definitely fat.
Well, that's what those opportunities look like, and that's what it looks like when someone takes advantage of it. Patrick Walters going to be tough to beat on this day. Also moving into our top 10. Yesterday, day number 2, Alabama's Will Davis.
And Will Davis said he has one morning spot that has the right size ones on it.
I don't play it. I put it in as what I think it is. Absolutely.
Well, that's fine. Yesterday, my bad. Big one.
Wow.
Look at him blowing up behind his boat right there. Hey, and for the folks on FS1, to show you what happened right there, you notice he was not casting. A lot of these anglers just sit basically with a rod in their hand waiting for those fish to come up in school, because the time you have to get on them is a split second, and then they are totally done feeding. So if you watch him, basically the rod is just like a loaded gun. If his line was out there, he would have to take time to reel in, then make the cast. That is too much time that you would allow to make that cast. You're going to see a lot of that today where guys are just head on a swivel. Good one right there for Will Davis.
Yeah, that was a nice one. Starting his day in a good way this morning. Let's get over, man. He's had a good tournament here so far. From Texas, Livesay. 2-time winner on his home lake at Lake Fork. Also won on the Tennessee River.
Yeah, and this is one of those magic points on Lake Murray. Very, very shallow. Looking at about 1 to 3 feet. Look at that.
Wow.
Missed it. Got him. About 1 to 3 feet of water.
Feel like he's not hooked good. Stay off the bottom. God, there's a big one with him. Get off the bottom. You're done hitting rocks, man. Stay away from that cable. Can't see him in the sun. He's not big. He's like a 3-pounder, maybe 4. I'll take him. Good one for me today. A little better than average. Awesome bite. How many is that? 3? That one played the game. Gamakatsu Jifiness got her too.
Well,
happy Mother's Day.
You know
to
you're
my
dealing with a
mom
big bass
and
guy.
to Taryn, I love y'all so much, and all the mothers in the world. Happy Mother's Day.
No doubt about Happy Mother's Day.
Absolutely.
Right
You
there.
too, big girl.
You know you're dealing with a big bass guide from Lake Fork when he catches a 4-pounder and says, well, it's just a little one right there. Biggest key, if you kind of look at what's going on here, main lake points. A lot of these blueback herring spawn on the hard bottom of Lake Murray. Very, very shallow tapering points into the main lake. And if you see those buoys really kind of marking the shallow water as we come from above, gives a very good visual of what Livesay is concentrating on. You see his shallow water raptors right there dug into the bottom of the lake where he doesn't move around, very, very quiet, not using his trolling motor. And those wolf packs of largemouth will basically just patrol that perimeter of that point until a very, very unlucky school of herring swims by. And when it does, it's basically just the best. We talked about it yesterday on FS1. The best visual, it's like great white sharks hitting baby seals.
Oh, it's a melee.
It's not fun to be a blueback herring on a main lake point. Lee Livesay live.
And good luck trying to get them
stripers out
to
there.
bite when those herring are not
Yeah,
present.
yeah.
If I wasn't fishing in that tournament, I'd be out there with you.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I hit him just about right, too. Smaller
You
one.
noticed his rod was out, and he missed that by just about 12 inches. You have to land right on their head. One thing you will see this morning when they are not schooling, if you don't understand the game with the herring, you'd say to yourself, well, just throw a drop shot or a plastic worm. You're going to They are the hardest bass on earth when they're not aggressive to catch. Back to Patrick Walters live.
The perfect cast. That was a bullet, wasn't it?
God. That came out of nowhere. That's a bonus fish.
That is.
I didn't know his head was hooked. I couldn't see him. Get away from them poles. Barely got it.
arm, Tommy.
Well,
yeah. That's a problem right there.
Yeah, hooks are getting sharper, it seems.
But it's a good one. I mean, hey, it is worth it.
Just don't move, Bass. Just don't move right now.
Just stay still.
Wow.
He'll deal with that for a few minutes. We take a look at our leaderboard as it stands right now, from a 5 to a 10-pound lead now for Patrick Walters.
Was that an early power pole replay of the day by right there?
I think he's a good candidate right there. Wes Logan coming from out of the top 10 all the way up into second place. Ditto for John Cruz. JT Tomkins started the day in second place. Will Davis on the board as well, and more to come. Plenty more from Lake Murray. The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite from Lake Murray in Columbia, South Carolina is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Early hours, very crucial.
Well, let's do something that we've never done before, Tommy Sanders. If you're going to come out of the gates fire in Lake Murray, we are going to pay you back. Taking receipts on Lake Murray all day long today, Patrick Walters. Great camera work, Brian Evie with Patrick Walters, and coming into today with a 5-pound lead, the way fishing's been, hooks himself in the arm. A little bit of a hot mess in that boat all week long with those two. Great strike. Should see a lot more of that this morning, and Patrick Walters piling on his lead early today. That is your power pole replay of the day.
Let's take you across the lake here for time to drop in on starting the day in 6th place. It's the leader, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. What a season for Trey McKinney, the rookie, 19 years old.
Well, good for him, Tommy Sanders.
Yes.
You watch what he has done in this tournament so far. Not catching the numbers, but the size definitely has been there for your Angler of the Year leader.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I hit him right. Whatever. Give me all those rocks. Say how them rocks. There we go. All right.
Good one right there for rookie Trey McKinney, 19 years old. Worst finish of the season. Already has one victory, by the way. Worst finish of the season, 17th place.
17th place,
Yeah.
pretty good.
And he was disappointed in that 17th place.
Obviously a fantastic season, but a slim lead in that Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, as slim as it can get.
You got a 2-time back-to-back Bassmaster Classic champion behind you, and someone who was one of the most feared youngins at his time about a decade ago.
Jordan Lee.
Yeah, Jordan Lee.
Here's a winner from last season, also a 2-time national champion, Bass Nation. Will Davis.
See how he's just sitting, no casting. Perfect conditions this morning. Oh, how about that? Landed on his head, literally. You absolutely need to replay that cast. Probably about a 40-yard cast.
Yeah, that was a bomb, too.
That was a bomb.
Right on.
Did not miss that fish by 3 inches.
And that's a big distance. That is a longer cast than what we've seen.
That's all of 40 yards.
Man.
Good stuff.
And like you guys have said, it's ounces between positions this week, and it's a fine line from being at home if you miss 5 casts like that during the day versus being in the top 10 if you make 5 of the right casts like that.
Just looking the wrong way can cost you.
Oh, no doubt.
Absolutely.
Huge. Brock
Here's
Mosley.
somebody not throwing a topwater bait. Pretty much been topwater baits and soft plastic jerk baits.
one.
Brock
Big
Mosley.
one. Big one.
Shallow cranking in this tournament, just like we see him do the last time we were here.
It ain't but no jump. That's a start. I thought it was a big one.
Brock Mosley on the board a little bit late, doing something different. He is a wily veteran. We won't keep our eyes off of him long. Right now he joins us for Bass Pro Shop's top lure.
19 pounds, 12 ounces with 39 pounds and 3 ounces. Brock Mosley is leading.
Hey guys, Brock Mosley here. I want to talk to you a little bit about what I like to do here on Lake Murray. The herring are spawning. One thing I love to do, I figured this out last year when we were here, is doing the Bill Lewis ATV square bill. I've caught a dozen or so herring this week, the last couple of days, and they look just like this square bill. The color matches them perfect. So I'm covering a lot of water, hitting a lot of rock banks. Nothing is more fun than catching them cranking, especially when they're big ones. And my favorite way to catch them here during the shad spawn around Lake Murray. So if you're around Lake Murray, try out the Bill Lewis ATV square bill.
Brock got his first win last year, Boone River. 5 second-place finishes with Bassmaster.
Former baseball player in college and a bass fisherman at Ole Miss.
It was better. Yeah.
Biggest keys to that bite, he said, he has to have shade lines. Not catching a lot on that square bill, but when he does, it is a way better than average size bass.
I'd caught 20 pounds a day.
We'll be watching Brock Mosley. That's his first fish. Gotta think he's a little bit behind, but he's got the ability to catch up.
Exactly. Somebody you gotta keep your eye on. 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion Jordan Lee. Take a peek at the left. You see a giant ball of bait.
Wow.
And they are being herded right there.
Oh boy.
Wow. That is like saltwater fishing. And that big dark spot is a big school of blueback herring. You'll watch his boat push him. Wow. And that's about the deepest we have seen anybody. He's probably in about 8 to 10 feet of water. We have not seen pretty much any angler in your top 10 pass 3 feet of water all week long. Gonna get back out to your leader right now. Patrick Walters, already 5 in his live well with a couple of big ones so far.
Shoot.
Said most of these anglers have been soft plastic jerk bait, topwater bait. I've seen a couple of big Carolina rig fish for Patrick Walters too.
Ball and chain, baby. Ball and chain. He's like, finally, he drug a worm.
Hey, and that catch right there, he's figured out in this tournament, when they're not coming up, that Carolina rig has caught several quality fish when they're not schooling.
That could prove to be quite powerful. Already has proved to be powerful. 14 pounds plus, almost 15 in the boat. Let's get out to JT Tomkins. Started the day in second place. This was earlier today.
Same deal, blew up at the back of the boat. He was over to the side, blew up behind the boat, made a cast out there and caught his biggest one of the morning, a 3.5 pounder to start the day.
And really, he's one of the only anglers that has made a bite work pretty much all day long. This is what's crazy about JT Tomkins. Pretty much everybody in our top 10, they have had to catch them in the first basically 90 minutes. That has been the slowest time of JT Tomkins' week.
He's a real exception this week for the rest of the field. Rookie, great season underway right now.
He was our points leader last year. We talk about the Bassmaster Opens, how you make it to the Elite Series, and if you're an amateur, how you make it to the Classic. He was the one who outlasted them all to win the points race.
Very impressive fisherman. And again, from South Carolina, just like Patrick Walters. And now, though, he's going to play a little bit of catch-up as it stands right now. Patrick Walters, waiting for him to make a mistake today. Today's off the table already. He's already caught his limit, and a good one so far. Keep our eyes on him and everyone else who wants to challenge when we come back. Welcome back, Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite. Lake Murray, South Carolina. What a place. We had a tremendous tournament here last year. But last year, the bass spawn was on, and that took some pressure off of this sort of type fishing that's really playing biggest, especially in the early hours, every day here.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders here. A lot of people say, man, just want to catch one on a topwater this year. Well, you're going to get to see a lot this morning.
More of that, please.
This is day 3. We're down to 50 anglers from our original 102, and they've got to make it to the top 10. That's the mission for today if you want to compete on Championship Monday. Get it out to the 2022 Rookie of the Year from Wisconsin, Jay Shakeup. Okay, J.K. Minn to the top, made it to the top 10 yesterday. Caught 19 pounds and 12 ounces, 19.11 on day 1. Nobody's been more consistent through this tournament than Jay.
And here's what's weird. Nobody's been more consistent, yet how he has caught them has been totally inconsistent throughout the tournament. Still catching a few spawners, sight fishing, catching a lot of fish yesterday on a drop shot.
And his 2 best fish that we've seen today have been on topwater.
Exactly.
Well, great performance throughout the course of this tournament. He is our VMC on point designee for today.
Lake Murray, kind of a recap of my first 2 days of this tournament. Almost identical weights the first 2 days, 19.11 the first day, 19.12 the second day. I'm not really doing the point thing exclusively. Tomorrow I will run, a morning deal again and just try and catch a big fish because that seems like where you're going to catch your better quality. Not necessarily, fish schooling, doing that sort of thing. Just fish are more active in the morning. You can still catch them on, finesse presentations, even if they're not schooling. So I'm kind of just mixing it up, not really necessarily doing this whole herring program. And I guess it's paying off a little bit, and hopefully it continues. Absolutely hammered it. That one, whew, that one's for Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
Jay Shakeup had a good classic this year, made a run at it on the final day, wound up in 4th.
been very, very. We pigeonhole some anglers based on where they're from, and him being from the Sturgeon Bay or Stevens Point, you know, the smallmouth country of Wisconsin. But he grew up on a lot of tough rivers, and there's a lot of different types of bodies of water around him, and we've seen him do well. Oklahoma to New York, Texas to South Carolina this week. A lot of different types of fishing for him.
One of the rare Wisconsin anglers that is actually a Chicago Bears fan, fired up about what is ahead of him the rest of the season. He is locked into mini camp.
Oh yeah, guys.
Love it. Take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. Going to be eerily similar to yesterday if you watched here on FS1. Light winds, 80 degrees, low of 55. But tomorrow, rare championship Monday. We did have a postponement due to weather on Thursday, pushing our championship day to Monday. So gonna have to make hay early this morning, because after that sun gets up, it gets really, really tough. That is your TH Marine Weather Watch.
Weather will bring out the boating fans today.
I heard yesterday afternoon on Lake Murray, it's right next to Columbia, South Carolina. I heard it was like a scene out of Caddyshack on the water right before our weigh-in. Everybody having a time from there, all the way up the Saluda River. Place you'd love to be.
This is prime time for such things. Back to our leader, Patrick Walters.
Yesterday we got the... I don't know. It doesn't really matter at all. Good morning so far. Trying to catch us a old bug-eyed butte for Mother's Day. Those are not in relativity, though. They're not in common, but we just need us a whole sow. You know what's crazy with the Carolina rig bite? Both times were first cast with it. You believe that? And then you throw it a bunch more and don't catch another one. That's why I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna make a little cast with some other baits, and then we're gonna run around. They ain't came up in a long time. We're getting around that 9 o'clock time. Dude, game over. I'm telling you, 9:30. Unless it's cloudy or windy. Bunch of them down there. I need a drop shot though. They follow the Carolina rig, which is crazy to me. You hear that? People say Carolina rig's lame. It is. Until you set the hook. Golly. Good times. Had to put a warning label on that thing.
Well, he is a...
All right, get another one.
Total.
I want to see if I can couple another one up, but it's like
hot mess.
Big
It's a hot mess. A lot of random thoughts.
Did you hear what happened to JD? I told you this yesterday, didn't I?
Tell you what we'll do right now.
What's that?
How about a hummingbird unlock the lake?
Oh yeah.
Looking at about 50,000 acres of water here, Saluda River feeding it. Not that many anglers up in the Saluda. A couple anglers made the cut, but not a big player for the victory as you get down to Deer Island State Park, all the way on the south side to Shoal Island. That's where the majority of the damage has been done all tournament long as you fade down to the Lake Murray Dam. Little bit of action, but not as much this time around as we got to see last year. Reason why that mid-lake area from Deer Island to Shoal Island, that's where the shad spawn, the blueback herring spawn. Really, we are on the tail end of that blueback herring spawn. A lot of these fish really concentrating on shad just as well. Hummingbird unlock the lake. Back on the water now, Texan angler Lee Livesay.
There it goes. A little. towards it. Hopefully it's not a little striper. After those striper were just in there. Nah, there's a little bit of bass. Swiped at it, got him hooked on top of the head. He's in the mouth. Keeper number 4. Nothing we need, but it's fat. I'll say that. Lake Murray is healthy. Number 4.
Back to Will Davis. Will currently in 3rd place, moving up the leaderboard today. Yeah, he is 13, almost 14 pounds behind our leader.
And that little shallow spot Will Davis is on. He's been doing some sight fishing for bedding largemouth later in the day, but this little spot right here, he said there is no doubt there's a 20 to 25 pound stringer sitting on. Very shallow, 1 to 3 feet of water. And just that little outcropping of brighter water to your left, those shallow bars, almost makes a little saddle there, but those are the areas these guys are concentrating on throughout this entire tournament.
It looked like a pretty big splash off the end of the point to, yeah, that wasn't his bait. He's turning his boat now.
And one of the dynamics that has gone on in this tournament is you can be, you really nailed it off the top, Tommy, is timing. You could be on the best point on the lake, and it'll
happen right here.
It'll be quiet for 2 hours, and you get impatient, and you just want to start to run around. A lot of the guys that have done good in this tournament have gotten an area like this. There's a perfect look of the shad spawning where it looks like it's raining right there. And those are shad right there. And you'll get impatient, you'll start running around. A lot of guys have just bunkered in, sat, and waited for the explosion.
Shad flicker the surface, blueback herring just pull up shallower than they normally do, and the bass are the ones that show you, hey, blueback herring are present.
Absolutely.
Pushing them to the surface.
You also know when they spit one up in the bottom of your boat.
Yeah, pretty apparent what they are and what they've been doing and what sort of end they came to. Patrick Walters on top trying to run away with this thing at this point right now. I think a lot of anglers will have a lot to say about that in the hours to come. The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, 5th stop of the year. South Carolina, Lake Murray. We got more than 3.5 more hours of live coverage to bring you of the semifinal Sunday. On FS1 this morning, Northland Fishing Tackle presents Northland Daily Trivia, Mother's Day related. Which angler has not won an Elite on Mother's Day? Here's the list. Is it Will Davis? Is it Aaron Martins? Is it Wes Logan? Or is it Steve Kennedy? Which one of those has not won one? Did Will Davis win on Mother's Day last year? I think that's the one he's won.
Lay Lake was in May, and I think Neely was in May.
All right. That is the weirdest question we have had yet.
Such is not around.
That's right. I would absolutely.
You would have him.
I would have arrows for him. I'm going to go Steve Kennedy.
Yes, I agree.
Steve Kennedy. I'll go Will Davis. Let's see what that is. Will Davis, who is in our top 10 right now, is he the answer? No, it's Wes Logan, another Alabama
One day
angler.
after, I think there was a postponement in that tournament too, possibly because of the weather that came through.
That's right.
Flooded.
Yeah. Wes Logan has also started outside our top 10. He's in it right now. In fact, 5th place.
Indeed.
Very timely trivia there, and of course, to all the mothers out there, we wish them all a great Mother's Day. Take it out to Patrick Walters. He had a little message for us, for all the mothers on Mother's Day. He's on the move right now. He's about to
Yeah, and really,
Change spots.
before we went live this morning, he started on an area right near our takeoff in Dreer Island, caught a few fish, small fish, but making that move to that point, making really, really solid upgrades for Patrick Walters.
Patrick with a huge lead right now, 12 pounds, 7 ounces. Again, he had a little Mother's Day message for us earlier. Here it is right now.
How are you? I got my Mother's Day card right here, just in case. Happy Mother's Day, honey. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. My mom, my wife, every mother out there, whether you've been a mother for 30 years or you're a brand new mother. Thank you.
We truly wouldn't be here without him, Tommy.
Yeah,
Good start.
good point. Let her roll.
You gotta catch them early. If you want during doing this deal, that bite dies big time very quickly at 9:30 unless you have the conditions for it. If you have good conditions where it's going to be cloudy and windy, they'll stay up there. The bait stays up there, and they keep doing their deal. When you get that sun going, we were jittery this morning, dude. I'm telling you, man, we were like a freaking house cat on a porch full of rocking chairs. Just did not want to settle in. But we settled in. We made some good moves. We just got to catch 2 big ones. We got the rest of the day to do it, and we'll be in good shape.
You see Patrick Walters throwing a glide bait this early. He is absolutely going for it. And what he has grossly done in this tournament is underestimated the weight in his live well. First day of the tournament, he said he had 16 pounds, weighed in 25. Then he estimated, I think,
I want to weigh 1 a day on a rig, Carolina rig.
Yesterday, and had 20.
1 a day on a darter.
Yeah.
What a good day.
We never learn our lesson, though.
No.
I already see bait going on up there.
If he's throwing that already this morning, he has a good limit in his live well.
Probably close to 20 right now.
Probably close to 20.
Patrick in his 6th year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Uh-oh, hold on.
Uh-oh.
There
we go.
That was
He's got dinner for Mother's Day.
Yeah, that little bluegill got caught napping, didn't he?
That's a decent bluegill.
Good one.
Oh, that's a fish or turtle. I should have held it for 1 second. Got him. Oof.
There, we had an aerial from yesterday. Love to show the folks here on FS1 of that point right there, where there was one of those wolf packs.
I didn't think he looked very big out there.
That really explains the dynamic that happens.
If I can get him in the boat. Because he is number 5. Chunkier than I thought. Not that he's big, but I thought it was just a 2. He's a 2 something. Y'all saw how fast I had to work that bait to get that fish to react. It's number 5. He's not much, but he's a 2 1/4 at least. 5 Lake Murray.
Look right there, 6 cents topwater bait. Walking bait for Lee Livesay. Not the presence of those big ones we got to see yesterday with him so far.
Got him.
Oof.
little. I didn't think he looked very big out there. But I'm glad he bit, if I can get him in the boat. Because he is
Livesay back in the top 10, started in the top 10 today. Good tournament, good day one. He started day one, after day one in second place. So back out to Brock Mosley. Slow start.
Shallow cranking, not getting a lot of bites doing this, but definitely quality for Brock Mosley.
There he is. Biggin, biggin. Stay hooked up. She ain't hooked good at all. Biggin. Stay hooked up. Come on, tire out. Yes, yes. Thank you, Lord, thank you. I had to be patient. Look at the gut on that fish. I had to be real professional on landing that one.
Boy, there's a lot of anglers that did not make the cut, that tried to make that bite right there happen. Brock Mosley, second time around, getting it done.
Right at the boat. Good one.
That fish was built, man.
Oh. Wow. Good stuff for Brock Mosley. Needed to do a little catching up. He was not getting in like the rest of it, like many of the rest of them on that herring bite this morning.
We saw Brock Mosley on camera in this event last year doing the same thing. Had a tougher day 3, barely missed the top 10, gave Drew Benton some intel. Drew Benton goes from 10th to 1st to win. So Brock may be, hey, it's my turn to fish championship Monday.
He'd like to follow that template for this go-around in 2024. The Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite. A place that's just full of big fish. Lake Murray. We haven't seen the Giants show up yet. Somebody could have a game changer come into the boat today, but Patrick Walters, for now, is more than holding serve. He is stretching his lead out. 12 pounds and change ahead of the rest of the field there. Cruz, Livesay, Will Davis, and the others all giving chase. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite in Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina. Bringing you live coverage here. Live coverage sponsored by Garmin on day number 3, semifinal Sunday. Usually that's a Saturday. We had the tournament postponed by one day due to the wild weather last week. And thanks to the good folks in this area here in Lake, we were able to move it one day later. Everything going off as planned. Full 4 days we're going to get in. Tomorrow is Championship Monday. Trey McKinney's survived a Championship Monday. More than survived it earlier this year at Lake Fork. 130 pounds for 4 days of fishing. Phenomenal. Fallen out of the top 10 today.
That's an aggressive bite.
That's a big one, dude.
Oh my gosh, that's another giant blowing up. Focus one.
Notice how a lot of the anglers really take their time with these fish. A lot of these fish that hunt all spring long. You got to hear it on the stage yesterday with Dave Mercer. Very, very strong fish.
That's a big one. That's a real big one. Oh my gosh. He's got one hook. Might be a 5-pounder. No, it's a 4-pounder, but it's still a giant. Oh my gosh. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Still a really big one. Why am I shaking this bad? I think it's because it's such a tough morning. I might realize how much this means. Oh my gosh. Yo, son. Let's freaking get it, boy. Come on. Okay. Let's get it, boys. I'm telling you, I haven't stressed like that in a long time. I haven't stressed like that in a long time. Yeah, boy. Green. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
Well, he's had a lot of ups this year, a few downs, not many. No. Take a look at this bite right there. And Tommy, put into perspective, that is a great, great bite. Good camera work right there. One thing about Trey McKinney, you have not seen this very many times on the Bassmasters. Coming from a part of the country, saw that from a guy from Kalamazoo, Michigan. He comes from Southern Illinois. You are not supposed to understand blueback herring lakes, but
he's kind of figured out everything that's been put in front of him so far this year. Trey McKinney on top, and boy, a slim margin in our progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points in his rearview mirror. A fellow who was a rookie 10 years ago, Jordan Lee, and went on to do some pretty important things.
Look at the top. You got 5 different groups of 2 anglers that are very close, McKinney and Lee, and then there's a gap. Johnston and Johnston, a gap. Hamner and Huff, really close. So it's starting to spread out, whereas there were 5 or 6 very close coming into this event.
Plenty of rookies sprinkled in that top 10 list there. It's going to be a good race this year.
Absolutely.
Might go right down to the very end of everything. Be interesting to see how it trends when we hit that last leg up north.
We're going crazy for a second.
Back to McKinney, I believe.
A few more bites like that, we'll be fishing tomorrow.
That's the plan, baby. I told you.
That's a
for 20.
big one. We can do it with those. How big is this one? How big is this one?
well, he's going to need to stack a lot of chips on Jordan Lee, Corey, and Chris Johnston before that northern swing. That will be
all the 4-pounders are chasing him.
Amazing race.
That'll be the gauntlet.
Oh, look at him. Look at him underneath them everywhere. Can you see it?
No, I can't.
Oh my goodness, look at the other 2. The other 2 were big.
They're here, boy.
It sounded like his cameraman was getting as excited as he was right now.
Very young boat with youngest Elite Series pro at 19 and the youngest cameraman in his early 20s.
That's
Brandon.
awesome.
Yeah. Brandon, fine.
That is cool.
This little bait's a little deadly, son. I ain't never thrown this wimpy in a long time, but I like it. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this bait's deadly.
Let's have him show us that bait.
Come on, Hope,
get a
stay
message
with
to
me.
that cameraman.
Yeah.
That's another biggin, dude. Oh my gosh. It's another biggin. It's another biggin. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, he's got one hook. He's got one hook, I think. Come on. Oh, I don't need you to jump no more. I need you to jump no more. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Never mind. He had it good. Oh my goodness. So this is how they talk about, like, you start on a spot and you just like catch them. I've never seen it. So that's what they talk about. They just see somebody's weight just skyrocket in like 5 casts. I understand. I'm becoming to come with peace with this lake. Peace. Ah. Hopefully we can get my mother a Mother's Day present.
Well, he's won enough money, he can buy her one.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, Tommy Sanders. And the one thing, he just nailed it, Trey McKinney said, boy, it could happen in a hurry. That is absolutely how we opened up semifinal Sunday. You can have a slow morning, a slow afternoon, but if you go on a massive flurry, you get on one of these wolf packs and you know the right bait to throw, can get well in a, watch this right.
Oh, yeah.
That is so cool.
10 minutes ago,
Incredible.
he had 7
Yes.
pounds, 3 fish.
Dropped out of the top
dropped out
10.
15th place. And now, look at him.
Exactly right. Trey McKinney proving he is the real deal. Like we said, he's had a couple downs, a couple little hiccups, but when he finally gets that traction here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, imagine this young angler when he's, I don't know, 22.
Years from now.
Mercury move of the
In his
day.
4th year on the Elites then.
Drop down a little bit, jump from 6th up to 3rd right now. Today's weight, 13 pounds and 13 ounces. I'm going to say he's got a little bit more
I think
than
that's
that.
missing one fish
And,
right there, too.
and
Yeah.
he's slightly around a pretty good pot of them.
Yeah.
Mercury move of the day, Trey McKinney, Carbondale, Illinois.
Give it about 5, maybe 10 minutes, and we'll have those 2 1-pounders
Exactly.
out of his
Oh, yeah.
5-fish limit, no doubt.
Moving up into 3rd place from 15th. That's how quickly it can happen here. But Patrick Walters has put some hay in the barn, which is already looking pretty good when we started this morning. Lee Livesay, his closest pursuer right now, and now it's Trey McKinney there in 3rd place. John Cruz jumped up early and hanging in there. Same for Will Davis. We'll be back to Lake Murray. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. It's been fun this morning. One of those wild, sort of unique fishing days where one approach is paying off more than others, but we have seen some other successes from other anglers who might play. As the day goes, Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Rick Plunn, another 5'8".
There we go.
He was on an alert yesterday with a 5-pounder. So, wow.
Yes.
Fishing in his 501st Bassmaster event here. Man from Missouri, one of the greatest of all time, 4-time Classic champ.
Yeah, Rick Clunn is going to play this game. He's going to get up there in that river and do what Rick Clunn does.
Yep.
But the dynamic that we have talked about all day long are these wolf packs of these largemouth that hunt these shallow water main lake points, taking a look at Livesay. I want you to look to the right-hand side of your screen, and you'll start to see just black shadows lined up. Get a real good look of the dynamic that happens here on Lake Murray. And you'll see what ends up happening is they'll start to gang up, and it'll be stagnant. Like we got to see, it'll be stagnant for possibly hours, and then all of a sudden there'll just be a torrid pace for about 15 seconds where mayhem starts. But the other main key is if you look at that school of them right off the bow of his boat, they seem to always come back. These points might be, they might be 200 yards long, but when those schools start to gather and get tight and then collide with one of those schools of blueback herring, that is when it absolutely explodes. But that visual right there tells the entire story.
Small again, though. There we go. Where you going? Oh, give me one, man. There they go. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Where's that? Oh, he went right. Got him. Small.
Boy, you get to see the frantic, urgent pace. It is a split second of success.
I was looking down when he jumped. How big was he? Same size what I got, yeah. That's what he looked like out there. I could see him under the water pretty good. There's another one behind him. Oh, he's little bitty.
Not the size he wanted. You know, Lee's from Texas. He sat down with us a little earlier, and just like in an old Western, he'll tell you your quick draw skills can be mighty handy today.
Oh, that was a big one. So these fish are so smart and so fast. Two things. They're really smart. They get a lot of pressure. People run these points 365 days a year. They'll bust a herring, and when they bust it, if they eat that herring, the next millisecond, they're on the bottom of the lake looking for the next one. But they're smart not to eat a bait. So you have to make a long cast or a cast, whatever, and hit those fish right in the mouth, or they're back to the bottom. It's crazy how fast they are. The only way you'll catch them is if they have not eaten a herring yet and they're still chasing one. So you have to lead them left, lead them right, guess. You can sit on a spot a long time and wait it out, just holding your rod, waiting on them to school, or you can run a million points just casting. I'm choosing the option just to sit there and wait it out. You just wait on them to school and get in there as quick as you can, or you're just fishing for second place. Maybe 4. I'll take them. Good one for me today. A little better than average. Awesome bite. That one played the game. Happy Mother's Day to my mom and to Taryn. I love y'all so much. And all the mothers in the world. Happy Mother's Day. To you too, big girl.
Lee Livesay laying it out for us there. Good stuff.
Okay, give me that bag.
All right, everybody. Lee Livesay here. We're on Lake Murray, day 3. Happy Mother's Day again. I know I said it once. Happy Mother's Day, Mom and to Taryn. Love y'all so much. A little after 9 o'clock, got 17 pounds. Missed some opportunities. You know, down here in this clear water, it's only good till about 10 o'clock, and then it kind of peters out. So we've got about 30 to 35 minutes left of hopefully some good schooling fish. Just throwing topwaters at them, and then we might try to catch them on, you know, something on the bottom for just a minute, and then we're going to work up the lake. Lake looks a little less crowded today, obviously, with our guys gone. So probably going to fish some new water and figure things out. I just had a big group come up school, and I missed them all, but that's the update so far. We've got about 17 pounds. Got 3 2-something still. We need to cull them out. with 3 5-pounders, and we can cut Patrick's lead down a little bit, hopefully, if he stumbles. So that's it, man. I'm enjoying it. Fishing super shallow. Me and Kota Raptors down, just bombing cast with a Halo HFX rod, catching topwater fish on Lake Murray. I love this place. Reminds me of Fork. That's it. We need 3 more big bites to stay in this thing and stay in the top 10. Y'all stay tuned. Big bass are blowing up on herring.
Did we get a Happy Mother's Day with connected to a sponsor plug? I think that's a first right there, right? Good work.
That's good
branding guy right
there.
there, Lee Livesay. Good article on Bassmaster.com about his retrieve and how erratic it is coming from Lake Fork, where they're a little bit more lazy chasing gizzard shad around. Ronnie nailed that yesterday. He's grown up fishing for bass that just live to chase pelagic bait fish. Just a different monster here on Lake Murray.
JT Tomkins hooked up.
This has really been about the time of day. JT Tomkins has caught some big fish the last 2 days of competition.
Gosh dang, I need some good ones. They're all tiny.
Z, you're absolutely right. For most of the field, they have lost the battle to Patrick Walters in the first hour and a half of the day, but as that hour and a half passes, everyone's trying to improve their weights and minimize that deficit as we're bringing it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Watching JT Tomkins catch fish there, we talked about a lot of these anglers fishing shallower points, less than 5 feet of water in the mornings, but who was going to answer in the afternoons and make a run? And yesterday, JT Tomkins started to unlock a little bit of that bite, caught a good one, and backed it up a little bit later with another solid fish. And I wanted to show you guys, if you missed it yesterday afternoon, this is a feed to set the scene. This is a feed from his electronics, which a lot of these anglers are using their eyeballs. This is a new way of introducing technology to an old school way of fishing. People have fished around these buoys, these longer points, for years with their eyes, being patient, waiting for them to bust. But when they're not actively feeding on the surface, how do you see them? How do you locate them? Anglers are able to see fish here and there on their electronics. And so when you think about how far that buoy may be out there, right here is how far it is away from the boat. His boat is over here in the corner of his graph, 10, 20, 30, 40 feet out, and his unit's set all the way to 100. And we're going to start to focus around this 50 to 60 foot ranges. He just made a cast. There's nothing really on his screen yet. He starts to get that fluke style bait retrieved back, and I'm going to pause it and show you right around here. You can start to see fish and a group of fish start to react to his fluke style bait. I'm going to clear off that circle and keep the video playing. As he starts working it, those fish start chasing and actively competing for it. And when we get to around this region, the fish are in the back half of that circle. But as we get around 30 to 40 feet from the boat, you're going to see them, one of them have to commit. When you create the competition, whether it's a school of blueback herring swimming around or it's an actual lure from one of our anglers, you'll start to see that competition factor and you'll see these bass. And now when we pause it, that is actually it exploding on the graph and visually on the surface. You can see the explosion of that fish committing to the fluke style bait, and then you can see obviously it looks like 6 to 8, maybe 10 fish chasing that one in. So we see one fish blow up on the top water and we see him get him in the boat, but there are many other fish in these schools, and a lot of times you'll pull the school to the boat. As you see at the end of that graph shot, they were underneath the boat. You have to give them a moment to maybe reposition, reset up on that point on those blueback herring, gather them back up, and you'll be able to continue to catch fish out of that school. So at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, that was something yesterday afternoon. We'll keep an eye on for today. If someone can maybe cut into Walters, great morning, and cut that deficit, because otherwise Walters looks pretty dominant.
Very, very well done. That explains the entire scenario.
Rest of the story right there. One goes on underwater doing one of those
What's going on over here?
Yeah, right. Oh, we got so much action so far today. Things will change as we move into the day. They're going to have to figure out some other ways to get it going. But Patrick Walters did his work in the first 2.5 hours of this day. Had a 12.5-pound lead at one point. Lee Livesay has cut into that a little bit. He's within 10 pounds of Patrick Walters. But the rest of the field, well, they got a whole lot of work to do if they want to run down our leader. Later today, the best of the best compete for the crown as the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show presented by Purina Pro Plan begins with the Masters Agility Championship today, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox. Who doesn't love the agility dog? Squirrels, they don't love them.
Well, exactly. And keep your eye on Buddy Holly, as always, in the Hound group. Always dominant, but a fan favorite as always.
I hear you.
The French Bulldog. Exactly right.
Well done. Minn, Kota, Bassmaster lead at Lake Murray. It's been very hot and heavy. The action, of course, the first 2 or 3 hours of every day have been very, very active. That's when the fast catches come in. We got one leader, Patrick Walters, who has distanced himself from the crowd, but we got some guys who are not out of it yet. JT Tomkins, you see up there, and this man, Trey McKinney, along with Lee Livesay, been the 4 who have been living in the top tier all week.
Okay, I'm schooling. It's another big one, though. Don't jump. Look at him bust. Oh my goodness. Look at that drag. That's why I like these reels. This is so stressful. At least a fluke, I just both of them. I mean, I'm pulling as hard as I can pull. Golly, he won't let me. Oh my, that's a good one. That's a good one, boys. That's a good one. That's a good one. There we go. All right. Let's get it.
Boy, what's been interesting with that riser style bait that he's been throwing, look at that right there. It's happening.
Goodness.
Hurry up, boy. Go on. Roll now.
This is why team tournaments at Lake Murray are so popular. You got 2 guys throwing at them.
Towards the smallest. 2, yellow.
He's going to be working on a big stringer today, and he has found the right bait, the right area, that little point over his right-hand shoulder. We got to see a couple. That is fantastic. And those are not small.
Oh, that's a fun time. They're getting after it, too.
Having a time.
Oof. Yeah, don't leave.
Oh my God. Did you see that?
Wow. The fish almost bit
Did you get
the
it on
head of his
camera?
trolling
Oh, that's
motor.
awesome. Oh my goodness. Oh! Oh! That was sick.
You can see he got a little love from his roommate, JT Tomkins, on a chartreuse.
That was awesome.
Soft plastic jerk
All right,
bait.
I'm gonna go find JT. I hope that, dude, that was so sick. I knew they were coming. I looked down at my fluke and I'm like, he's got it. All right.
About that half hour for Trey McKinney. Wow, my goodness. Heady stuff for a 19-year-old, that is for sure.
Hey, if you're a 15-year-old out there thinking to become a Bassmaster Elite Series pro by the time you're 19, that's the dude you got to deal with right there leading the pack.
Have a good long look. Trey McKinney on top of that list right there, JT Tomkins. And Kota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points. JT, good season as well. Kyle Patrick of New York, Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams of Maine. Boy, those are all really fine anglers, and same deal, ditto for the 5 below them. We've got another great crop of rookies running more.
Yeah, and at the third event of the season at the Harris Chain, there were 6 of our 10 within 100 points of each other. It went down a little bit last week, and this week, first to second is 100 points now, the gap.
Wow.
Well, I did make a comment that yesterday his numbers were down, but his quality was pretty decent throughout the day. Today we've got numbers and quality on a point that we have seen all 3 days of competition now. That little point off the left-hand side of his shoulder, there are more to be caught. I heard him make the comment, let's go find my roommate, JT Tomkins, so he can get some of that hot apple pie.
Well, that was intense and fun right there. Let's take it over to JT Tomkins, rookie from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Got a second place runner-up this year down at the Harris Chain.
Power poles down. He's stuck in my wrap. I got him up. A little better one. Another 2.5.
Well, you could tell those two work together very closely because they are throwing the exact same 2 baits, just in different areas of Lake Murray. He was stuck in his wrap.
I've not heard that before.
Yeah, that's the first time.
That's a new one. Yet another thing to worry about.
Exactly.
I've been to some timber places this year where you maybe scuff up your wrap, make it not as smooth and it catches your line, or
JT said yesterday he had confidence in these special places he's spending his time during the day, around the right size.
Wow. Boy, the other thing to note is a lot of these guys are making it look really, really easy today. It's not. If you don't have the correct lure that they want to dial in on, and a lot of these fish that JT's catching and Trey McKinney, a lot of them have not been actively exploding around them.
I mean, we had 17 anglers not catch a limit yesterday. We had 5 or 6 catch one bass.
Wow.
Fishing 8 hours,
right.
And they're doing this somewhere, and you just miss time, or you miss your cast, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, some of the biggest names in the sport who were in the 80s and 90s. And this isn't like they weren't using their electronics. This is you can get away at this lake without using them by just fishing topwater point to point.
There were world-class anglers on day one of this tournament that had 18 to 21 pounds that caught 2 bass yesterday. And that's just not one angler that did that. That happened for several incredible fishermen.
2.5 pounder there's got JT up into second place now.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, and his initial limit, Tommy, of 12.5 pounds was about 2 pounds low. Trey Bruce, the cameraman, texted and said he weighed them all. Once he got a limit, he's probably at 14, so now he's going to be up at 14.5 to 15 now with that coal.
Not done yet either.
It's a better one. Hold on 1 sec. 16.5?
Okay, good. Hey, if you want to go to the boulder, you're going to catch one.
Really?
Yeah, you're going to catch one.
How much you got?
18.
Dude, I should have like 25.
Are you serious?
I've missed a 5, a 4.5, multiple 4s.
I caught them all on a riser, one on a fluke.
That one was on a riser.
They're biting it today.
Oh, I know.
I just wanted to tell you they're blowing up everywhere. So, I'm gonna run on, but I was just gonna come and tell you.
I got you. They're chewing, but I just keep missing them.
You got it. They'll get it better.
It's been the worst morning of my life.
At least you got 16, dude. I mean, if you get, that'll help you coal, won't it?
What'd you say?
That'll put you at 17, won't it?
I don't know. Yes, I got 16.5 now with this one.
Okay.
That's the worst morning of your life.
I was just going to say, hey, bud, you walk in my shoes. That's awesome.
Great stuff. JT Tomkins going on a run. Trey McKinney going on a run. Back to back, the 2 roommates, the 2 rookies, making a big difference, making a big splash in the 3rd hour of fishing here at Lake Murray in South Carolina. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite. We were right in the thick of it on semifinal Sunday here. Patrick Walters, though, still hanging on to a pretty healthy lead. How long can that hold on? Well, he's going to be working hard this afternoon as well and through the rest of this morning. Lee Livesay, Cody Huff, Mike Iaconelli reappearing in the top 10. Things are on the move, anglers on the move. We're going to step away for a moment and come right back. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite from Lake Murray. A dozen years had passed since the Bassmaster Elite had come here, and they returned last year for a catch fest that was just incomparable. What a great place, a terrific lake, rated #1 in the Southeast last year by Bassmaster Magazine. And the folks in Lake Murray, capital city, Lake Murray country, are our hosts here, and the hosts do so much to make these events come off. They make a great community. The people, the volunteers, everyone makes it happen.
And a big hats off to the lake itself. This lake has been throttled with pressure really since the beginning of the year and absolutely stands up to it. There was a tournament a week ago, I think 500 boats. And this bite that you're seeing right here, Davey Height, our guy, Our local anglers grew up fishing on Lake Murray. This bite that we're seeing, this has gone on not for a few weeks. This has gone on for a few months. This is the tail end that we're seeing. It's actually a little tougher than a lot of the anglers wanted.
They had 70-degree days here when we had a college event in February. It would be 40 and then 70 and 40. So it got warmer, it seemed, in South Carolina a little bit earlier, which started some of these bites quicker.
Got it. My damn rod's locked up.
Boy, you need to replay that right there.
Get in the boat. Yes. Dude, I backlashed, and I just kept working my bait anyway. I got a backlash that from hail in there. It's a fat one. Go 30 pounds, please.
Made a perfect cast when that fish exploded. Hit him right on the head.
Third keeper for Brock Mosley. So I'll catch a good one earlier here. Just needs to fill out that limit. Keep the pressure on. Keeping the pressure on this morning on our leaders. JT Tomkins cut that lead in half as it stands right now. It was up to 12.5 pounds. Now it's down to less than 6.5.
Worst morning of his life.
Yeah.
And with how much he's cold in the last few minutes, I'm not like he could be closer to 18 now with how many he's put in and swapping them out, and numbers get lost in translation. So he could be keeping pace.
Stay down. That's a big one. Give up. God, one hook. Oh. Let's go. Oh. There we go. They're skinny, but they're big. There we go. God, if we can put together the first thing in the morning bite and the midday to afternoon bite together tomorrow, if I can get to 20 today, they better watch out. Because if I can put them together, I got a lot of spots to run. All right, we're at 17 3/4. 4 pounder. This is 4 pounds even.
Another 4 pounder.
And what Trey McKinney and JT Tomkins have done, and granted we've got a lot of time to fish yet today, they've made Patrick Walters have to catch them tomorrow.
They've basically taken the lead to where it started today.
Yes.
Yeah. 5 pound. Jay secure it?
Hoping he was going to be a little bigger than that.
Catch your breath.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a minute.
Slow down, boy. Slow down, boy.
It's
grab some wood.
This
boy.
is truly when they get back to weigh-in and they talk about we fished for 8 hours, but it was 10 minutes where I got all my stuff done. This is the visualization of that.
That's the deal right there.
Grab some wood, boy.
Yes, sir. 5-pound lead for Patrick Walters as it stands now. It was as much as 12 and a half at one point during the morning. But JT Tomkins, Trey McKinney, what a show they have put on in the last hour. And apparently not done yet. We got more to come from here at Lake Murray in South Carolina. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina. Sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. Very active morning here.
Exhausted.
Kind of going deeper maybe than we might have expected.
Into some issues.
Yes. It has certainly been interesting. The storyline as it has developed today. There are our 10 anglers who will be in the boat with all day. That is 20% of our field of 50 who are out there. Started with 102 this week for 2 days, and 50 only are operating out there today to make it into the top 10. And Davey Hyde joins us right now. And Davey, that's pretty fun morning. I think you'll agree. We saw a lot of action, a lot of great runs by a couple of anglers. And starting out, of course, with our leader, Patrick Walters, who couldn't have gotten a better start.
No, he couldn't have. He's had a great start all 3 mornings, and he started in different places. This morning he did start just for a little bit on a place that he started yesterday. Didn't stay there very long. Went over to another place and was just catching one after the other. He sort of made it look easy early this morning, but there's some other anglers, JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney, some guys that have been catching them throughout the morning to kind of tighten things back up a little bit. But it's so interesting to watch the 50 anglers that are fishing today, because you'll see that they are catching fish, a lot of them, throughout the day, not just catching those fish in the morning. We've seen JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney this morning catching fish after the sun's way up in the sky. I was just with Corey Johnson for a little while, and he was herring fishing on some points. Only had 2 bass so far, but he's been sight fishing. Most of the ones he weighed in the first 2 days, he caught off the bed, and he said he found 2 females yesterday, one about 5 and one about 6 pounds, that had paired up with males just yesterday afternoon, and he just left a few minutes ago to go see if he can catch those fish.
Davey, real quick, for somebody on FS1 watching this right now, when we go throughout the country, you always hear this: a largemouth is a largemouth, except for when you are on a herring lake. And we have covered enough tournaments, especially really the herring thing kind of started in your backyard. Here's the thing: there are great boat docks on Lake Murray, thousands of great boat docks. There are bluegill beds that are spawning, but it almost seems like, and tell us if we're right on this, when the largemouth go up and do their business, when they reproduce and they spawn, it's almost like before that time span and after that time span, their only focus is to go out there and kill herring, and they ignore everything else.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Z. And I don't know why that is, if the blueback heron tastes good. You know, a lot of creatures, are attracted to things have more protein in them. I don't know the reason for that, but it is absolutely true. I got a real quick story. The first time Guido Hipton came to Lake Murray, and I knew Guido a little bit back before I actually started fishing B.A.S.S., there was a tackle shop in Lexington that had a big aquarium with an 11-pound bass in there.
Ooh.
And we stopped by there, and this is like 1992. Stopped by there to see that fish eat, and the owner dropped in a night crawler, a shad, a crawfish, just things, and this 11-pounder just not paying any attention to anything, and the owner said, let me try one more thing. If he doesn't eat this, he's just not going to eat. Put one blueback heron in that aquarium, in 5 seconds it was gone. There's something that just absolutely true. That's why you see these fish chasing them. It's so ferocious up on the surface, chasing these blueback heron.
A lot of our leaders today have absolutely made it look easy, but at the top of the show, we talked about this is a razor's edge of success and failure. And what I'm talking about is some of our day one leaders with monster bags could not even remotely come close to putting a 5 bass limit in their live well yesterday.
Yeah, Z, yeah, I saw that, and it is surprising. Not as surprising to the Lake Murray anglers that fish here a lot as it might be to people that aren't real familiar with Lake Murray. Some of those anglers only had 1 or 2 places where those fish were active, and only in the morning when those blueback herring were around. And if you miss that window, then you really have difficulties the rest of the day. Patrick Walters, JT Tomkins for sure, and Trey McKinney, there's some other anglers. They have other places that they can go and fish during the day, throughout the day, and catch those fish, and that just separates people here. You can fish a one-day tournament and have one spot and do well, not so much for 4 days.
Davey, it's all about getting into the top 10 today. These fellas down below, maybe they need something. You mentioned yesterday that people forget that there's some big ones in here, too. We haven't seen them yet, this 7-pounders, maybe even heavier than that. Are we overdue for that? Is that likely to happen and be a real game changer for somebody?
I hate to say this, but I think Patrick Walters has put it in neutral mid-morning, all 3 mornings. Maybe he'll kick it up, back into gear this afternoon or maybe tomorrow, but a 28-pound stringer is certainly doable here. And maybe only have 1 7-pounder, the rest be 5 and 6-pounders. And I kind of hope JT Tomkins does that, because with 17 pounds, he's having the worst day of his life.
Ever.
That's right.
Ever.
That's right. You got to feel for him. You got to feel for him. Thank you so much. Davey Hyde out there giving us the good info. That's super local there.
Yes.
And Davey, he's been on every inch of this lake.
He has been chasing around that solar storm every night with Mercer.
Has he really?
Him and Mercer, they have been up.
Don't blame him.
Yes, all 3 nights of this event, and I would look for tonight to be no different. Taking a look right here at JT Tomkins, or actually Trey McKinney's boat. Watch his lure.
Watch out, watch out. Look at him. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's a big one. What do you think about that, boy? What do you think about that? That's a giant. That's a giant, son. Oh!
Go, dude.
Wow!
Boat flipped it. Like it. Like it.
Oh, son. Yes. Nothing gets cooler than that.
Dude.
I was like, get ready. I was like,
We have to replay the whole scenario. That was absolutely incredible.
black. Son, check it. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
That was insane. That was quite honestly probably one of the coolest bites I've honestly might have ever had.
Okay, take a look at his lure, chartreuse, over the top of your screen.
I like putting those back.
Big thing to note, how fast he was working and then killing that bait. As fast as the herring go, keep your eye on it. They're around it. And there was more than one. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, that's fantastic. Great drone work from Wes Miller. Well, we said earlier today that Patrick Walters was in the driver's seat, but now he has got two rookies that are going to be a handful. Wow, that is great.
Let's watch it from boat level here.
In the boat from the camera, Brandon Fine.
Burning it. Here we go. Oh my
yes.
gosh. Can we rewind that one more time, please? Please, real quick.
Yes.
It was so.
That
was one of the best shots of the entire season.
Wow.
How bad would it suck to be that soft plastic jerkbait right here?
Visual of the year?
Oh,
Oh my God.
Man.
Get over here. Marathon peak performance, day 3. I think he's won 37 marathon peak performances this year. Trey McKinney, we've got him unofficially at 18 pounds and 10 ounces. He does not have that. No, he doesn't. Started at about 813. Just caught that big one right there. The Illinois angler that told us I have no idea how to catch bass on herring lakes, proving yet again that is untrue. Trey McKinney, marathon peak performance. That was absolutely incredible.
One more time, this is so nasty.
Wow. Wow. Cameraman Brandon Fine.
Brandon Fine.
Well done.
Yeah.
You get an appetizer sampler tonight, bud.
It's more from above.
They showed themselves, he saw them, and
That's
they
awesome.
committed.
That is awesome.
And when you hear at the weigh-in, heartbreak, they probably experienced a miss that was just as close as that make was.
That's the other side of it for sure. What a catch. Oh my God. Incredible stuff from Trey McKinney. Incredible camera work from above and boat level as well. We got more on the way. Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, 5th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We are past the halfway in our season. Into day three, semifinal Sunday coming out here. 50 anglers and only 10 spots available for tomorrow's final. Championship Monday. Some great fishing out there today, Ronnie Moore.
No doubt about it, Tommy, and we're talking about some of the best competitors that we have on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year, and we're seeing them play out on camera, whether they're leading our Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, or this tournament. They're all in the top of our leaderboard today. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge, and if you're maybe standing watching this go down on FS1, why don't you pull up a chair and trench in with us, because it is some of the best footage we will see all year long. When we bring it in and talk about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, there's 12 Carolinians in the field. 12 of our 102 would call North or South Carolina home, which means they have tangible knowledge and experience with blueback herring. They know how these bait fish operate and where, some secrets may lie and how to strategize. Patrick Walters, being one of the most seasoned with it, is our leader. He is leading the charge there. Out of the 12 Carolinians, 7 of them made the cut. So on your fantasy team, if you chose local people or people with the history here from the Carolinas, 7 of the 12, we knew even if you have chalk lineups, half of them will probably not do so well and they'll miss it by just a little bit. That is the case. Our cut weight this week, last year it was 34 pounds, but that was in April. We're at 30 pounds even, 15 pounds a day on average to make the cut. That is really post-spawn weight. Some of these fish we've been seeing that are 4.5 to 5 pounders would be closer to 6 pounders last month. Those 6 pounders weighed in probably closer to the 7-11 we saw last year from Matt Airy. Now when we think about falcon rods during the lake, our other fantasy game up, you pick 8 anglers per event. You can only pick those anglers one time though. Use them once all season long, so you save some of those blueback herring fishermen, some of the local Carolinians for this event specifically, guys like Jason Williamson. And on day 1, people were sweating. He was 57th below the cut line. Didn't get a ton of practice this week because he had the birth of a child in his household earlier this week. So below the cut line, people were worried, but he made a big jump yesterday into 38th. Probably going to make another jump today, finally getting comfortable on Lake Murray today. But at the bottom, if you're worried about your team and the cut line, how many people were close to making it and fishing today or going home and not competing on semifinal Sunday? 2 ounces separated 4 guys around the cut, 48th, 49th, 50th, and the first man out, Justin Atkins. Atkins has a Forest Wood Cup victory here on Lake Murray and has done well in this style of fishing, missed it by 1 ounce. Then we had a tie with Clifford Perch and Greg DePalma. Perch missed our last cut in our last event by 1 ounce, so he is on the right side of the cut this time. And then our defending champ, Drew Benton, sneaking into the day 3 cut today. So a lot of close doings in the leaderboard, whether you made the cut or to make the top 10 for tomorrow. And it's going to get a little bit tighter at the top of the leaderboard with what we've seen from JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney in their pursuit of Patrick Walters.
Exactly right. Well done, Ron Moore. You have nailed it twice now at that Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. But if you don't mind, if you would pass the torch.
Why don't you guys take it
right
away?
Here myself. Power pole replay of the day is the entire morning. Everything that we have seen so far today, but it's this one right here. You cannot watch that enough. Very, very high probability of landing that bass. That is a big time, easy hookup ratio way to fish. Throwing a soft plastic jerkbait. That is absolutely fantastic. That is right out of Mortal Kombat. That's when he throws that chain and throws it right in his chest and get over here. Good stuff right there from Trey McKinney. You are, yet again, the Power Pole replay of the season, my friend.
Top 10 sucker punches of all time.
Yeah, really
That's
was.
on there.
Really was.
Really is.
You know, we're not done, Tommy. We're going to get back out in the water right now. They room together, Trey McKinney and JT Tomkins. They fish near each other, share a lot of tips and tactics. What?
Skeeter Big Fish Alert. Yeah. What the heck?
A Carolinian showing up with a 6-pounder.
Wow. We're talking about the big ones. There's some in here.
That'll play today.
Well, you see a lot of anglers on the Elite Series where they kind of team up and they share information, and a lot of times it doesn't work. Boy, for these rookies, it works. Ooh.
Day's getting better, little bit by little bit, but we're gonna get there.
Tommy, no, I called this young man out yesterday. I'm gonna do it again. I met him. I met JT and his father down at Winyah Bay a few years ago. Winyah Bay is a couple hours from here, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's a tough fishery.
Yeah.
Tough.
Oh yeah.
Fishery.
Yeah.
And I asked JT Tomkins. I said, "Well, you got Lake Murray only a couple hours away. How much experience?" "Well, I've only fished there 6 times in my life." Why would you only fish this lake 6 times? Tommy, if I lived within 8 hours, I would be here daily.
That takes discipline, I guess.
Absolutely. Why make it hard on yourself, JT?
Why?
Go have some fun.
Boy, Jay Shakeup is a great friend of the program. It is just hard to go from topwater bites to a drop shot catch. I'm not kidding.
It is a different sort of attraction. Working though.
It's a good one. A lot of his fish throughout the tournament on a drop shot. Morning Dawn colored filler worm. Jay Shakeup. I saw a couple topwater bites earlier today.
There we go.
That's the most graceful thing I've ever seen.
That's the kind we're looking for. I'm not 100% sure if that fish was spawning or not, but I know for a fact that it wasn't coming off. We got it right where we wanted them.
All right, good drop shot fish. Let's get back to JT Tomkins. Yes, he hooked up live. He literally has not moved his boat for 2 hours.
babies. Gosh dang. Is that good?
Oh, yeah. Marching to Championship Monday.
That's it. Yeah. Jaunty tune to take us, to transition us into the leaderboard. Unofficial, this is Bass Track's Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray leaderboard right now at 10:22 Eastern Time. Patrick Walters on top.
Quiet from Patrick. We need to go.
It has been for the last hour.
There's been doing because
a lot of stuff happening other places too. Sort of a distraction.
Keep
JT
our eyes
Tomkins
on him.
on top of that one now, trying to get in. Clifford Perch, he spent some time in the top 10 during the course of this week. Matt Airy, one of the favorites coming into this. A lot of people picking him to do very well here. Wes Logan, we know he's always dangerous. John Garrett has won this year. And Hank Cherry, Carolinian.
You really didn't have, we had the Carolinians at the top with Walters and Tomkins, but it was until about 30th where the next one showed up. Airy and Cherry have both jumped into the top 15 now.
Exactly. Joseph Webster in there in our top 20, just outside our top 25. Jeff Gustafson, former Classic champ. Shane LaHue, another favorite coming in from North Carolina. Got some work to do if he wants to gain the top 10 on this day. And Jordan Lee started in the top 10. That's one of the head scratchers of the day right there. Currently mired in 30th place. And look at Rick Clunn there, 40th place, made the cut. To this day, Ray Hanselman Jr. had a good day one. Austin Felix, a little bit slower day for him. Drew Benton, last year's champion. Fantastic Lake Murray on the Saluda River here in South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina for the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite. Live coverage sponsored by Garmin. Beautiful day here, just like yesterday. Sure seems to be a good day for fish catching, especially the first 3 hours of competition. Let's take a look at yesterday's big fish. Some of them appeared there for us at the weigh-in. Brian Schmidt. Schmidt with a good 19, almost 20-pound bag there. Austin Felix, good day for him too.
I haven't seen a lot of Austin Felix today.
No, he's really hadn't got it going yet. Will Davis, saw him catch a couple of good ones earlier today. He's got more to go. Jordan Lee, one of our head scratchers for today. We don't have him listed with much. Not sure if that's accurate or not on Bass Track, but we'll find out. Trey McKinney. And having a year for himself for sure. That rookie. The veteran Brock Mosley.
That's weird. Covering Brock Mosley in college and calling him the veteran. That is it's strange.
It's strange.
Former Rookie of the Year right there, Jay Shakeup from Wisconsin. JT Tomkins has put on a show all week long. Big morning for your South Carolina rookie.
JT in second place right now.
He's a handful.
Patrick Walters. Still going to be hard to beat him. You got to think. But obviously, he is not invulnerable.
No. Well, he has got a lot of rods on the back of the boat.
One.
I mean, a lot of rods.
Well, he's going fatter. A little fatter guy. Oh yeah.
Would you say he's used 4, 5, 6 tactics and techniques to put his couple days of limits together? So he's, you know, people might think it's overkill, but you want to have something on hand for every situation.
Patrick Walters, we record his last keeper to be a good while back. But he did great work to start the day. There's no doubt about that.
You can kind of tell Patrick Walters hit his target weight very quickly this morning, over 17 pounds already. And I think that is on the low side from some of the reports that we've gotten so far for Patrick Walters.
Every day. Better groups, better points. That's what we're doing right now. Is we've been fishing in this area. We're just hopping around now. And that's also how you catch a big bag, is running and gunning and just honestly getting lucky. I mean, you pull up, catch a good one, keep on trucking. That's why we pulled up, caught one on a square bill. That's why we're just gonna, oh, that bird's, damn deal. You can fish down there, but there's a fish swimming right here. I'm looking at it with my eyes. We gotta find that school of big ones though. School of big
Patrick
ones.
had a great college career just down the road, University of South Carolina. And his fishing experience here on these South Carolina waters goes back farther than that.
You know, growing up here in South Carolina, this is actually where I fished my first ever bass tournament ever. It was a Fisher's of Minn Legacy tournament. I was in 6th grade. I mean, just a young little buck. And then growing up, we fished here a good bit. And then I went to the University of South Carolina, right here in Columbia. I love power fishing. That was for America right there, cuz. I'd say just being able to go on a limb and really do anything. Picking up any kind of bait. I can pick up a bait I've never thrown before, and I'll have enough confidence to catch them on that in 20 minutes. So that's the biggest thing, is just having confidence, knowing that you can catch them and that you will catch them. It's just a matter of time.
Patrick Walters!
This one would be really special. This one is, it's like my second home lake, and it would mean the world coming back home, kind of, and getting the blue trophy on your second home lake. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm just kidding. I'm not that right. I'm chill. I'm just kidding. Let's go. Come on.
You know, covering Patrick Walters, he came to the Bassmaster Elite Series at a really strange time in our sport.
Right.
And has proven himself throughout college, through the Bassmaster Opens, and has become, we talked about this a little bit yesterday on FS1, he's become one of the best closers. He's got a little bit of a Scotty Scheffler thing, that when he smells a victory, it is just hard to put him away. It's like he just will not slip up.
We're about to go back to our main area in a little bit.
Been a top-tier guy since we came out here in
guys around 9:30.
No doubt about it.
To probably like 1:30. So anything between there is a bonus. And that way I'm honestly too impatient to go spend a whole bunch of time in one area. So it's kind of like do some scouting, see where the fish are at. Ooh. They just come and get it.
Fishing against Walters in college, I saw it firsthand, him take that next step on just ridiculous. Won college championships, won college regionals, goes to the Opens, wins 2 Opens.
It's good again. So it's
makes the elites, and he's won multiple elites here already in 4 of his 5 seasons. He's been in the top 5 in AOY at the end of the year.
That's
not only showing you can sprint in a tournament by tournament deal, but that you can run a marathon as well.
Yeah. What was he, top 5 his first tournament down there at the St. John?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
His worst AOY finish isn't still like a 16th, and he led AOY for half that year, his rookie season.
Get a good look at how shallow Patrick Walters is fishing. right across Lake Murray. We're going to start down near the dam. Like we said, 50,000 acres, 650 miles of shoreline, Tom Sanders. A little bit of attention down at the dam. See Drew Benton, Greg DePalma. Head up to the area that has had so much attention throughout this tournament, that mid-lake region of Lake Murray, Shoal Island, all the way up to Dreer Island State Park. That is where it has happened in a big way. Obviously a massive population of bass there and a massive population of anglers. Lake Murray getting it done, semifinal at the end. I don't know. I ran out.
That was good. Hey, got to tell you about this initiative of B.A.S.S. Bassmasters. Toyota joining in the partnership as well. The whole aim is to advance the sport of fishing among females around the world. Anyone who's ever been interested, if you're a woman angler, you'd like to get into the Bassmaster scene, absolutely. This is a great place to learn it through a series of workshops is one of the ways you can do it. Just had one in Palatka, Florida, the last event we were at. Got one coming up middle of June at Lake Wheeler.
We've been having some dazzling interviews on Bassmaster.com, live mix. Great stuff. Introducing women into the outdoors.
Yeah, so get to Bassmaster.com and check it out. Bassmaster Toyota, now part of the effort as well. Bassmaster.com. Today on FS1, it's the NASCAR Throwback Weekend at the legendary Darlington Raceway. Pre-race kicks things off at 1:30 Eastern, and then the green flag flies at 3 Eastern today on FS1.
Should be a great race today, and in case you missed it, boy, it has been an electric morning on Lake Murray on this Mother's Day semifinal Sunday. Still got a lot of fishing left in this tournament, this Bassmaster Elite Series. And in case you missed it, a few minutes ago, Trey McKinney just got done throttling them, catching his 5 bass limit. Already had a lot of meat in the locker. Take a look at that right there.
That's a big one.
Throwing a chartreuse, soft plastic jerk bait.
That's a giant. That's a giant, son. Oh! Go, dude. Wow!
Nothing better on Mother's Day than boat flipping a 5 pounder.
That's what the day is all about.
It really is, Tommy.
Yes. Watch out, watch out.
His bait.
Look at him.
Look at
Oh my gosh. Son.
That is the shot of the year so far. And we've had some good shots.
Yeah, we have.
Good stuff right there. Rookie
freaking
and Angler of the Year leader from Carbondale, Illinois, Southern Illinois, Trey McKinney. There's the bite from above. And Tommy, I'm real quick kind of dive in on the group of rookies that we have this year. We've covered this a long time together and really never seen the dynamic that we have right now on the Bassmaster Elite Series, which, looking at JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney, both in the top of the standings in this tournament, also obviously very well the Angler of the Year. There's been a lot of noise, about the rookies this season. And some of it warranted, some a little bit of negative here and there. But one of the things that has also been said about a lot of the rookies on the Elite Series is, well, they're good with their electronics. You take their electronics away. Now, I've heard that a lot.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You take their electronics away, they're going to get their lunch fed to them. Here's what I can tell you. That's not true.
Nope.
If you watch them fish, the real, not just these two, JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney, across the board, from a John Garrett to a Tyler Williams, Ben Milliken, and I'm leaving anglers out right now. Kyle Patrick,
Logan Parks,
man. This group of rookies, and they'll find their way, man. They'll get it right off of the water. But what I can say for sure, this is the most powerful group of rookies, the elite. We say that every single year, but I mean it.
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom. they came out of the Opens, the EQ series, absolutely not only ready to compete. You always hear, I don't want this to sound the wrong way, a lot of rookies are like, well, I'd love to contend for Rookie of the Year. Maybe I can contend for making the Bassmaster Classic. This group of rookies is not here to do that. They're here for blood and to take your money.
Absolutely.
Total dream wreckers.
I'm gonna start working back, and I'm gonna go.
You haven't heard the expression, cut him some slack, he's a rookie, in a long time, because they don't need it.
Yeah, but I want to say this. When we've heard it so much. All they know how to do is use their depth finders. They do. They're very good at it. But what they have proven so far this season, they're good at it all. And if you say they're not, you don't have your eyes open.
And this isn't who they're going to be for the rest of their life. This is their first year. Think about how many other sports athletes evolved after their rookie season or after they came out of college or whatever it is.
Oh, Davey Hyde had sort of an interesting theory about that. He talked about, to me in my mind, he was just describing a graph where you have the X curve, the X line, which is their wisdom, their experience, their knowledge of fishing, intersecting with the peak of their physical abilities, because that's when people are at the peak, and that's intersecting way earlier than it ever has before.
Also, the way it used to work on the Bassmasters, even if you had family and financial support, it took you, there was anomalies in there was Van Dams and there was Jordan Lees, but this is different. The learning curve is no longer 3 to 5 years of getting your face busted in, and then you start to get a little bit of traction, whether it's been the Opens, whether it's been the college, high school into college series. These guys come into the Elite Series ready to win. They know how to break down very big bodies of water, and they're not learning on the fly, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And we have to kind of give kudos to the veterans of the Elite Series, because they were the ones growing this sport and taking it to new levels. The increase of live YouTube, as we take a look at our Lowrance bird's eye view, so many more visuals. You used to have to get in a helicopter to see above and learn how these fish act. We have drone, there's so much growth that has came from since the 2006 Elite Series start to now, that these 102 have been a part of it, and these rookies are prospering from it.
Trey McKinney said, man, I've watched Bassmaster Live since I was a kid. And I was like, dude, you're a kid.
You are a kid.
Oh, that looks right. They're probably big too. He said that ain't no live shad.
Oh, it's great drone footage.
So
another
close,
thing,
but
watching
no
Trey McKinney and your leader, Patrick Walters.
The thing about these ones, they're spread out.
They have backed off of their juice. Their areas that they have done the majority of their damage. Both of them have started to, you could tell, looking to hunt one rogue
2 or 3
big
over here,
bite.
2 or 3 over there. Well, they're big. All it takes is one wrong timing for him, and you could get him to bite. thing I've worked out today, I've usually been working it slow. Because sun, it's either one of the two. It's either really slow on the surface type of thing or like really fast. And today it's been fast. We had a few like insane bites. Like I can't wait to go back and see them. Like I'll remember that for the rest of my life. That's only practice days. That never happens in a tournament. It's only practice days. So basically right now you can like, on like a caffeine shad style bait, you can throw it out there, kind of keep it on the surface, kind of make it V, like you guys see what I'm doing right now. And like, see if you get erratic with it, I can hop it out of the water, side to side, pop it out, you know, just kind of get it erratic. Or you can sweep it like this. That gets bit. But most of the time, I just like doing it like this. Kind of just going a little slow and then speed it up, or, you know, or you just can twitch it like you do a normal fluke sometimes. That works too, don't get me wrong. But it's fun when they bite it. You just have a lot of fish that don't get it. They'll just kind of follow it or everything. The caffeine shad is really good for sweeping. So like this. As you guys can see, it like paddles real hard. That's why I like it. It's a good bait. Bad thing is a lot of people throw it. So you got to make yourself a little different, or better hope you got good timing, one of the two.
It's not usual on a semifinal Sunday.
All right.
That you can also get a Retreive seminar from some of the anglers. Works out great.
Yeah, it did. So it did.
Full-blown Bass University right there from Trey McKinney.
Good stuff. What a morning.
Absolutely.
So far. They're not done yet. We got plenty more to go, just at the halfway point. In the fishing hours, the 8 hours of fishing on this day. It's day 3 of the tournament, semifinal. Sunday, headed for a championship Monday. Got to be in that list at the end of the day. Top 10, Patrick Walters did his work early. It's like you say, Z, he sort of backed off of main stuff, looking for a big one somewhere to spruce up that limit at the end of the day. Got Dave and Davey, Dave Mercer and Davey Height, going to give us some on-location coverage here from Dreher Island State Park when we return.
On-location coverage along the sunny shores of Lake Murray. It is semifinal Sunday, normally championship Sunday, but our event got pushed back a day due to weather, so we're going to have a championship Monday. But before we even talk about this tournament, got to say happy Mother's Day to everybody tuning in. And it is a sunny, perfect Sunday here for Mother's Day, and also for the 5th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, the Minn Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray in Columbia, South Carolina. And the quest today is to catch the mother lode and get yourself inside the top 10. You've already made it halfway through this tournament. Half our field are gone, and the other half of our field are competing. 50 anglers remain. You want to get inside the top 10 so you can fish on a kind of rare Championship Monday, the second one of the season. I'm joined by Bassmaster Classic champion Davey Height. I'm Dave Mercer. I moved the hole that makes the words. But this tournament, the angler that weighed in very first on day number 1 took the lead and has not relinquished it to this point. Davey Height, South Carolina's Patrick Walters.
Yes, he has done a great job here this week. A little unfortunate he was the first one to weigh in, so definitely if he's able to hold on through tomorrow, it will be wire to wire, the very first one to weigh in and the last one to weigh in more than likely. But it's not over yet. He got off, extended his lead this morning, but then JT Tomkins, Trey McKinney have certainly tightened things up. This tournament is far from over.
Yesterday, it was a circus out there. I mean, on the stage, that's all I heard about the party that is happening on Lake Murray. today's Mother's Day. A lot of people go to restaurants. A lot of people take their mom out for brunches. Is that going to help?
Well, it'll help some, but, you know, the wave action and that sort of thing, actually, when you don't have any wind, can be to your advantage when you're fishing for these shallow, clear areas that these blueback herring like to spawn in. So the wave action can be frustrating as far as boat control, but it's sometimes it can be in your favor to help get those fish going and get them schooling. We've seen a lot of that this morning with very few boats out there. But this afternoon, some of these anglers might realize that, hey, a little more wave action could help things.
Well, I'm not sure brunches is a word, but let's get caught up with everything that's been happening out on the water with your Yamaha Midday Report. A lot of action here on day number 3. Brock Mosley was a player in this event in many ways last year. Helped our eventual champion Drew Benton on Sunday, but he wants to get that trophy to himself this time around, Davey Height.
Yeah, good tournament here last year for Brock Mosley at Lake Murray, and he's certainly having another good one here. Currently unofficially in 7th place. Brock Mosley fishing the same shad spawn, herring spawn that the other anglers in our top 10 are, but he's approaching it differently. He's paralleling these riprap banks with a square bill, catching all of his fish like that. The big thing for Brock Mosley, not getting as many bites as some of our other anglers, but they all seem to be really good quality size fish. Definitely post-spawn have been out there and already put the weight back on. So Brock Mosley, a little different approach, using a square bill around riprap, but still focusing on the shad and herring spawn.
Speaking of different, an angler that weighs into polka music, Jay Securet.
Yes, it's impressive to watch Jay Securet. I don't know why it should be impressive. We've seen him, you know, catch fish everywhere in the last 2 Bassmaster Classics. He's certainly been in contention. To see him win that first event there at Thousand Islands, New York, back at Chameau Bay, a lot of history there, but to see young Jay Securet win there was not a big surprise, but it really has been a surprise, a pleasant surprise to just see how versatile he is, and he's just one of those young anglers that's going to be around here for a long time fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Told me that he, last 2 cuts he missed, which is so rare for his entire career. Said the last time that happened, the next event I won. So Look out for him. Let's get out on the water right now live. Look at how let's join Lee Livesay. I mean,
Day 3, Lake Murray.
What I like about Lee is not only his win, but he finds a way to win it with topwater.
Yeah, the first time Lee Livesay came here, he didn't quite have this lake figured out around the shad spawn and herring spawn. But ever since then, he's like, this place is just like Lake Fork. When we saw him win shad spawn on those shallow, flat, tapering points, using a lot of top water, using some bigger baits at Lake Fork, those big glide baits and that sort of thing. But he has fished this lake the last 2 years and had a lot of success fishing it just like he fishes at Lake Fork, focusing on these shallow, flat points where you do have a shad and or a herring spawn.
One of the most successful pros in the last 5 years. He's got 4 wins, 3 of them on the Elite Series, 1 in the Opens. A few Bassmaster Century Clubs. I mean, he has, and you think of the big events where he's contended. He's contended at the Classic, but a guy who's contended literally since day number 1, took over the leading progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year when he was the youngest Elite Series champion ever back in Lake Fork and has not relinquished that lead.
Super, super impressive to have a 19-year-old even qualify for the Bassmaster Elites. A lot of hype around him. He's no stranger to success at a very young age, but to do it on this level in the Bassmaster Elites at 19 years old, to be leading the Angler of the Year and holding on to that. And I must admit, I thought this is where he might stump his toe because it's very different. He's certainly using forward-facing sonar some, but not a whole lot. They're seeing where the bait is and where these fish are set up. But he has just proven that he is so versatile. We just talked about Jay Securet. Trey McKinney has taken it to another level at 19 years old.
Speaking of taking to another level, been under the weather all week. Well, a scary thought for the competitors. Told me this morning, and I quote, "My mama got me some medicine and I'm feeling great."
Well, good for him.
JT Tomkins from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, our reigning EQ Bassmaster Open Angler of the Year, and somebody that his impact has been felt in that incredible rookie class very early on.
Yeah, JT Certainly no surprise to the guys here on the Elite Series after winning Angler of the Year last year in the EQs that he would be doing well, but I don't know, very similar to Trey McKinney, if anyone thought he would be doing so well at every single event. He's from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Said he doesn't have a lot of history here, hasn't spent a lot of time on Lake Murray, but he certainly has moved around and been able to catch fish during the day where a lot of these anglers have not been able to do that, mixing it up with baits. And I heard him say something this morning. He had 17 pounds in a live well, but had lost a lot of fish, was having the worst day of his life. And I'm like, wow, that's a whole different level.
The worst day of your life was 17 pounds in the live well.
There's some guys, I don't mean this to anyone, but there's some guys driving home right now, if they heard him say that, probably would say, you don't have a clue.
I'm going to punch him right in the nose tomorrow morning just to make it worse. But a guy who has punched the entire field in the nose this week, our tournament leader, Patrick Walters.
Yeah, Patrick Walters doing a great job, like you mentioned. The first one to weigh in on day one, took the lead and has not even thought about letting that lead go. Off to another great start this morning. I'd be interesting to see him later today if he calls up. Or all of these anglers have a target weight in their mind. Here at Lake Murray, I think 20 pounds. If you're at 20, you're probably good for that day, especially when you started off the tournament at 25. So me and a lot of other people predicted that it would take, about 80 to 85 pounds maybe to win here, and he is definitely on track to do that, and maybe even a little bit more. Tomorrow, he'll be holding nothing back, and it'll be interesting to see if he can ramp it on up a little bit more. And he might need to with what JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney have done.
Let's get out on the water with the 19-year-old fishing phenom, Trey McKinney, the youngest Elite Series champion, youngest Bassmaster Century Club member, youngest ever lead Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, or Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. This catch from earlier today.
Watch out, watch out. Look at him. Oh my gosh. That's a big one. What do you think about that, boy? What do you think about that? That's a giant. That is a giant, son. Oh!
Let's go, dude.
Woo! Oh, son. Yes.
Mama's boy is feeling real good today, Davey Height.
Yeah, and he should be. Look at him. Something that's no big secret, using a soft plastic jerkbait here on Lake Murray around these shad spawning, herring spawning fish. Nothing, no big surprise there on the bait or the way that he's working that bait. To have confidence to mix it up like he has. We've seen him catch so many fish on a jerkbait throughout the year this year, but he has mixed it up. I've seen him throwing a lot of different bait. He's got that bait actually rigged perfectly, is swimming perfectly, and saw that fish come up. Good for him. If you look at this other view, usually when one fish starts chasing your bait on one of these blueback herring places, there'll be multiple ones. And those bigger fish oftentimes just kind of wait for a smaller fish to make that first strike. So if you lose that first fish or it misses it, oftentimes that's good because a bigger fish will be the second one that bites. And that's certainly what may have happened here. Great coverage here from the drone, and you can see exactly what he was doing with his soft plastic jerkbait. Oh, that's great. That is great stuff. And just swing him on in. Come on with it. That's awesome.
Wow. Great fish catch, but let's get out on the water live right now with four-time Bassmaster winner and the owner of the third biggest limit ever weighed in Bassmaster competition, Livesay. He has been stereotypical all about the timing today, or this whole week. I mean, this tournament's been that, though.
And he has spent every day on this one point, catching these fish. The first 2 days had another angler there fishing it with him, but he has just done a great job of getting these fish to bite his baits.
Well, might help me. It's close. I think so.
It's really neat to see the different approaches.
Carolina
What we
rig
see
in
in
one time,
Livesay do here.
Dropped it and he went, nope. They're so smart. It's insane.
Put his raptors down and stay on 1 point all day long.
Hoping this one's bigger.
Some
than
anglers do that here at Lake Murray throughout the year.
Looks like about a 3.
And then the others
no, he's a
try to run 100 points.
2.5.
And that's what we're seeing some of the other anglers do.
I'm just trying to be careful in case he's bigger than he looked. I just got him hooked towards one baby in him.
NASCAR and Bassmaster in the same state this
Yes. Darlington, South Carolina, and Lake Murray.
3-pounder. Yeah, he'll help. Might be a 3, might be a 4.
Good solid fish. Beautiful fish there for Lee Livesay.
The smallest fish, 2 pounds even, so that's going to be a cull for Lee Livesay.
Definitely.
You got to think Monday, Championship Monday, B Lake is going to be a lot less busy. Is that worst case scenario for Patrick Walters, our leader, giving these guys an opportunity, or is that worse for anyone trying to catch it?
I think it helps the people chasing Patrick Walters to have less boats here. But there's still a lot of fishing that goes on Monday, but not as much as the last few days.
Well, I'm glad you said that. You know why? Because it just makes this tournament more compelling to follow. Atop the leaderboard, Patrick Walters with 62 pounds, 13 ounces. Got to get inside the top 10 to keep your tournament alive. Welcome back to Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina. It is a sunny, spectacular Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers watching. But the quest here today is to catch the mother load and get yourself into the top 10. 50 anglers remain in this event, and we're following the action all day thanks to our friends at Garmin. Getting you this live coverage on the water. But the quest is to get inside the top 10 that I'd love to see in the top 10 that we haven't seen all day, Davey Height. And that is one sleepy assassin, Austin Felix, former Elite Series champion.
He's had a great first 2 days, been a little slower for him today, but still a lot of fishing time left. Dropped down to 36th place unofficially. I bet he doesn't stay there.
Just one fish in the live well, obviously. But as we've seen here today, that literally can change in 3 casts.
Yeah, it absolutely can. But we saw some anglers.
Post. Which side are you going to go on?
Only weighed in 1 or 2 fish yesterday that had 20 pounds the first day. You have to have, the more the better, but at least 5 places that those fish are actually on. But if you've only got 1 or 2, it can be tough.
We got one. We're not going in empty-handed. I was wondering if we were gonna catch one today. Man, that was exciting.
Like you mentioned about getting well in a hurry. Very similar to, let's say, the Tennessee River. You can fish a place, fish for 2 or 3 hours, and then get those fish fired up and catch 5 in 5 minutes. I mean, same deal here at Lake Murray this time of year. Most of these anglers are casting around bass. They're using their electronics. They know that they're around the fish, just getting them fired up. Very similar to, like I said, a lot of other places throughout the country.
I'm going to do you a favor.
A 2-box with your tournament leader and Angler of the Year leader, side by side.
I'm gonna throw this thing in there, and as soon as I throw this in there, they're gonna bust because it's gonna take me a minute to reel it in.
I would actually be.
I'm getting too close. If that makes sense. You want the whole school to see it, but you can't let them get too close. It's real simple. But sometimes it works. Sometimes, you know, you just do nothing. There's nothing that you can, oh, come on. There's nothing you can do wrong. Like they're all coming, and you better hold on. But that's if you get that exactly right cast. See, up here, they're just kind of roaming around in like pairs, triples. Like, you almost got to have a lot of competition.
One thing about Patrick Walters having so much success, he has been able to use different baits and catch fish up in the day. That's been the difficult thing for a lot of these anglers here, is to be able to get a bite after 9 or 10 o'clock. But Patrick and Trey and JT, they've been able to do that.
Make a move to second place angler, JT Tomkins. And, boy, that is an incredible aerial shot right there, Davey Height.
Yes, it is. It shows you exactly what's going on. It's incredible to look here. You see the bright spots. That's the hard bottom. That's where those blueback herring spend a lot of their time spawning. But then you have vegetation just outside of that. It's good cover. It's good habitat. And a mixture of slate rock as you get a little deeper on that spot. A little bit of everything, and that's certainly good in any situation when you're bass fishing. Having a little mixture of grass, of rock, and sandy hard bottom.
It's very rare in any sport that you're actually seeing the playing field better than the angler actually doing it. When you think about it, I mean, nobody ever sees it better than the quarterback. Nobody sees it better than the NASCAR driver. We're actually seeing what he's fishing better than he is.
Absolutely. That's a great point.
Please.
And JT's, I was just talking about Patrick catching fish throughout the day. A lot of the fish, the majority of the fish that JT has weighed in have been fish he's caught after 10 o'clock. He's been able to really do better in the afternoon than he has been in the mornings. Part of that is because he's lost some of those fish, just misfortune, but
worst morning ever.
Yeah, of his life. His life, not just tournament fishing.
I'm going to have to ask him about that on stage today.
Just looking around
I feel maybe
for him to
sometimes
swim.
anglers,
Yeah,
sometimes they exaggerate.
Yeah,
sometimes. On this spot, I've yet to get a bite in the tournament, but I know it's some of the biggest fish in the lake. It's just, it always has been, and just waiting for them to come out schooling. It's about the only way you can catch them. They're so smart, and the few times I have been able to see them come out schooling, something happens. I already got a cast out, or they just don't bite. I put it right through the middle of them just a minute ago, and they didn't bite. So they're just smart. But if they come out schooling a good time where 20 or 30 of them come up, you know, it can happen really fast and really easily. And typically when you get bit on this place, it's between 4 and 6 pounds. Like, you can see them cruising. I don't know if you can see the wolf pack that's right in front of me, but there's a couple 5-pounders just cruising up here shallow. But it's pretty common to see these up here, but for some reason they don't push bait up here. They do it in this little depression right here, because the point wraps around and it wraps around there, and it's a big depression with grass. And when that bait clears that grass, they school on them basically right in front of the boat. But I don't know, I've been circling it, trying to push some bait up with my boat. That's been working pretty good this week. You just circle out, go to deep water and try to just corral it almost. Been doing that. See if I can get it to come to school in one time. But we're fishing for big bites. Smallest one's 3 pounds, so definitely need us a 5-pounder like we had yesterday, or one close to 5 yesterday. But if we can get a 5+ in this tournament, we'll do good. But my biggest one this week's been a 480. We really need a kicker.
So, Dave Mercer, we can agree, all bass fishermen are sandbaggers. JT said he had no or very little experience coming in this tournament. He told multiple people that.
Yep.
He has really been giving us a lot of knowledge, history of this lake the last 2 days.
So are you saying that
he's just a sandbagger like all the rest of us?
I need you to explain more of that corralling when we come back. Corralling bass, I like it. I like it. Corralling bass. I mean, just when you thought you're not going to learn anything new in this sport, corralling bass.
Corralling bass. I can explain that, actually. It sounds a little weird, but I can explain that when we come back here in a little bit. You're really corralling the bait and wanting the bass to ambush them, but we'll get into it a little better. The key really was he's got a great mixture of hard bottom, vegetation, some rock, and that point that he's on, although he's not had a lot of history here, he is exactly correct. Big ones live there.
Well, and maybe he's not correct and he doesn't have a lot of history here. Maybe he was sandbagging the whole time. What we do have is a good mixture of anglers, and all of them are trying to get inside that top 50. I mean, 50 of our anglers have already left, headed home. They're going to get about a month off, but 50 of them trying to whittle down to the top 10 right here on Lake Murray for the 5th stop of the Elite Series. Spectacular semifinal Sunday here on Lake Murray. We were here last year, and we returned to this incredible fishery. 50 anglers have been eliminated from this event. Actually, 52 anglers have been eliminated from this event. 50 anglers remain. The quest here on semifinal Sunday is to get into the top 10 for the opportunity to fish on Championship Monday. And the question is, will Patrick Walters give anybody an opportunity this week, Davey Height?
Well, a few hours ago, it did not look like it, but in those last, let's say the last hour and a half, 2 hours, JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney have definitely bumped up their game, along with Livesay. Those anglers, the top 4 there, all pretty close together, especially like we talked about just a few minutes ago. Things can change so quickly here. From about this time on the rest of the day, some anglers probably will not catch another fish that helps them weigh in, helps their weight at all. But there will be a few anglers that are able to get these fish to bite up in the day. And a lot of times the ones that you can trick to bite up in the day will be some quality fish, some bigger ones that you'll be able to cull with.
Let's get out on the water right now with your tournament leader, Patrick Walters.
I feel pretty good. I'm fishing pretty nonchalant right now. I need to probably pick the pace back up a little bit, but it's slicked off. Boat pressure's getting back out. The bite's definitely slowed down. Just fished a point with Kyle. He waved me in there. I was just going to fish the tip of it, and he said they were schooling in there, and they were, but it's just getting late. You could tell that bite was slowing down too. We got a decent bag. Not a hammer bag by any means, but we got enough to make it to Championship Monday, and that's all you can ask for. Is make it to the final day, be in the top 10, and have a chance at the win. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. I'm just flickered there.
Patrick went to work early today, and all week long we've heard about that first hour and a half to 2 hours, and that was key for him here on semifinal Sunday.
It absolutely was. Look at this footage. It's absolutely incredible seeing these fish school around Patrick Walters and him catching quality size fish, not just keepers, but a lot of his fish that he was putting in as 3-pounders were more like 4.5 or 5-pounders.
Go to a couple of our main
areas. For Patrick
Walters
Walters to say he's had a decent day, that means he's had a good day.
Wait on them to school or drag the Carolina rig on them. We're really one good bite away from making it hard tomorrow for them. That's all you can do is just be consistent as you possibly can. Jay Pros must have caught him 3 good ones today. He's off of his point already. He said he was heading bed fishing.
Making it tough on other anglers is definitely something he's good at. Holds the record for the biggest win margin in Bassmaster history. Set that on Lake Fork a few years ago.
Absolutely incredible tournament for Patrick. In the fall of the year.
Yeah.
Special message to my mom and my wife. Yeah, happy Mother's Day, and to all mothers out there. We wouldn't be able to do it without y'all, and we wouldn't be here without y'all. So happy Mother's Day. Hopefully I'll catch a big one for the both of them.
Yes, happy Mother's Day to
I still see him
all the mothers out there. a look at your tournament leaders here. Patrick Walters, JT Tomkins, Trey McKinney, and Lee Livesay, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in that order.
That is great to be able to get the top 4 in that 4 box right there. All fishing similar, but a little different strategies by all of them. Patrick, it's, in my opinion, if he says he's got 17-8, that means he's got 20 to 22. So he's kind of kicked it back in neutral a little bit. JT Tomkins, you have to certainly keep an eye on him because in the afternoon is when he's caught most of his weight. And Trey McKinney, I mean, he just catches them everywhere we go. Lee Livesay with the strategy, hey, I'm going to pull up, put my Raptors down, and wait on them to school.
Whip that baby out there.
All with a lot of success. We're looking at the top 4 right there unofficially.
Oh, my God.
Lee was not short to say on stage. Straight up, he loves to have an opportunity to take Patrick out.
Laser. Catch them schoolers on that old sea rig.
I think you got to say it at this time of the season. We have seen the rookie class, I mean, so much hype around them. They're in every – I mean, why are we talking about them so much? Because literally every day of coverage they're involved.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who painted them as a group of anglers that were without forward-facing sonar, these kids won't catch a bass. With what we're seeing here this week, with what we've seen multiple times this year, I mean, is it time to dispel that myth, Davey Height?
Oh, I totally believe that every angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series is a good, versatile angler. You don't get here without being that. There's no one magic trick, no matter what it is, that would get you to this level and have success at this level. Now, has forward-facing sonar been a big impact in our sport the last few years? 100% it has. But these guys are not here because that's all they can do.
And it definitely feels like right now, just like we've seen happen with many other things, go all the way back to flipping. At one time, there was a group of anglers, West Coast anglers, led by D. Thomas, that were the leaders at that. Yeah. Cranking, whether it be the Carolinas, David Fritz.
David Fritz ruled the bass fishing world for a couple of years at the top level with a crankbait and a rod that most people thought was just too limber to catch anything on. But he changed a lot of people's opinion in the bass fishing world.
And that's what you see. You know, you see opportunity. I mean, you saw it happen with the Northern guys. They had a big advantage on those smallmouth bodies of water for just a few years. Yeah. That advantage is not near what it once was.
Yep.
So it turns out these pesky kids are good at other things.
So it's been throughout, 15 years or so, but this is about the 4th time that the elites, or what is considered that level, the top level of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, has been here this time of year. Patrick Walters hooked up.
He's acting like it's a good one.
I think he did at first, but then he kind of changed his attitude there. But there's anglers that have fished this
He ain't gonna do nothing.
lake about this exact time for 4 different events. A lot of these anglers have been here 3 or 4 times. And for these 2, and we're talking about them because they're in the top 5 right now, these 2 rookies to come here with, even if they have been here pre-fishing for a few days, a lot of these anglers have fished tournaments here for
That's why I had to
20
give him a
days.
little bit of line. It's typically when you gut hook them all. We got him good. That old Zoom brush hog done got him. He said, that thing looks tasty.
And they do their research. They do their homework. You got to give credit where credit's due.
When they
To
hit
see
it
the
like that,
baits,
it
the
just
variety
feels
of baits
giant
that
every
Trey
time.
and JT are using, they've done their homework.
I mean, they were all here a forget, I guess before the Florida swing, wherever it was, I remember talking to them all.
My ears are getting
And it was the
fried.
cutoff. It was the last. I mean, every single one of them was at Lake Murray. I mean, Cooper Gallant said it on stage yesterday. I know he's a second-year pro, but he's in that same department of work ethic. He is going to go home after now that this event is concluded for the first time since Christmas.
Wow.
Tyler Williams says he's not going home until after Waddington, New York, our final event of the season.
I definitely respect hard work ethic, and that is certainly something that these younger anglers on the elite seem to have, and something that's helped them have success.
Well, if you want to have success in this game, you got to fish on the final day. This week, our final day is Championship Monday, and you have a look at your top 10 and how it sits right now. Got some rookies in there, got some veterans in there with Mike Iaconelli and John Cruz, Brock Mosley, so many anglers all trying to battle it out and stay inside that top 10. Just outside that top 10 and pressing to get inside. Clifford Perch got married last week and would love to spend Championship Monday with us. Matt Airy doesn't live far from here. He'd be a local favorite. Who do we got to watch? Oh, Hank Cherry. Who else do we got to watch on that leaderboard?
I got to say John Garrett right now. Great chance to move into the top 10.
Incredible rookie, an incredible field here at Lake Murray. It is semifinals Sunday. 50 anglers remain in this tournament. We got to find out who moves on to Championship Monday. Our top 10 gets an opportunity to fish for the 5th Elite Series title of 2024. And at the close of weigh-in yesterday, we were officially at the halfway point of this season, the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. And it has been a tournament not so much about spots, but timing on that perfect spot. And a guy who came into this event saying, I know I'm from Myrtle Beach. I know I'm only a couple hours away, but I don't know anything about this. JT Tomkins is proving that, he's adjusting either quick or he sandbagged with us. But a guy we haven't seen a lot of today, and I always love to see him, the sleepy assassin, Austin Felix.
Austin with 2 good days. I think he hit 19 each day.
Yeah.
Very consistent. A slower start for him this morning. He's dropped down a little bit, but still a lot of fishing time to go. And some of these anglers have actually caught most of their weight in the afternoon. Not the largest majority of them, but there have been a number of anglers that actually excel in the afternoon.
Hooked up live.
I don't know if he's going to keep her. We got to be 14 inches.
If he's going to make a move on the leaders, it needs to be a little bigger ones than that. Certainly always good to get a bite when things have been slow for you, but he needs to get the size a little bigger there to make any kind of move on these guys today.
Let's head over to 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion and in second place in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. And to make that compelling, he went out 1 spot behind our leader, Trey McKinney. And him being this close when we're heading to Florida makes him a very scary cat. Or not Florida, Alabama.
Alabama. It might seem like Florida with the temperatures.
Yes, good point.
Good one on here for Jordan Lee.
Just gotta pee and you catch fish. Or hook a fish. I ain't calling yet.
Everyone has techniques.
That's what I love about live fishing on TV. You learn the true secrets of the pros. Jordan Lee has had a very sneaky good season.
Big, he's big to
me.
Yeah. Number 2.
Very good start, and with the next 2 events being in the state of Alabama, expect to see him continue with his success.
You know, he had to do it to me.
He seems to be doing everything he can
about right
to fly under the radar. You know, he doesn't want to bring it. He has always been, you know, so calm, so collected. But he, you know, just going fishing.
That's it. You got him.
Here's another guy who does his talking at the scales. Your back-to-back Bass Nation National Champion, Will Davis Jr. Won the elite in his rookie season last year.
Will Davis, one of the few anglers fishing real close to the Lake Murray Dam. Most anglers have been spending their time mid-lake. He's been fishing within sight of the dam most of this week. A 1-pounder in his live well. This will definitely help.
Ain't much, but better than that last one I got.
Indeed, smallest fish, 1 pound even. Only angler ever to win back-to-back Bass Nation National Champion.
Quite a feat. Thousands and thousands of people try to get to that final tournament and win it, and for him to do it back-to-back is incredible.
Speaking of winning, we saw him win last year in Orange, Texas on the Sabine River, and now an incredible aerial view of 5-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, Mississippi's Brock Mosley.
Good bird's eye view of what Brock's doing. Been catching most of his fish on a square bill crankbait early in the morning or until the sun gets high. He's able to fish the shady banks. Just low light has been a big key for him fishing that square bill shallow. And now you see he's changed up. He's out off of one of these flat points like a lot of the other anglers are fishing because there's basically no shade along those shorelines now with where the sun is in the sky.
So I was catching them last year, right? Square bill as well.
Yes,
I haven't done it yet. So I just had to get out here and just fiddle fart around. Catch some fry garters.
So as an angler, I always try to do something different when you go to a lake for the next time.
I've had 1 or 2 in my bag.
Reinvent the wheel, so to speak.
I don't feel like you can catch
a lot of folks do that here at Lake Murray, and it doesn't work out.
Doing this, so. And I knew if I caught one more out of them schoolers that it was going to keep me in it. So. I think if I finish my limit, it'll give me a good chance to make tomorrow. Which, I feel, confident I can do that. I just wanted to do it one of them schoolers because it's going to be a better fish.
Brock Mosley certainly knows he's right on track. I would agree one solid fish would make the top 10 for him. It's amazing how these anglers don't know the results. He doesn't know he's unofficially in 7th place, but they have those numbers in their head, and they're going to be right on track with knowing what I need to make the 10 cut, the 50 cut, or what have you, especially after the first day of the event. They all know what their goals are.
Well, Brock Mosley, as we said, had a good tournament here last year, but he definitely played a key role. And Drew Benton was verbal, said Brock keyed me into something going into the final day, and that paid off. Made him charge all the way from 10th place to 1st with his 2nd Elite Series title.
I'm surprised we didn't see more anglers this week fishing shallow with a square bill, because Drew Benton gave him credit on stage for helping him get a good start and then go catch those few key fish in the afternoon while bed fishing. And this year, we've seen very few people other than Brock Mosley again fishing a square bill along the riprap.
Why is that happening? I mean, you take that point. You also take where Corey Johnston won at our last event.
Yes.
There is a lot of obvious stuff that is, in the past, all of that was taken out. This year, it's different.
Yeah, well, I think it's just like I said, as an angler, I always tried to maybe change things up and reinvent the wheel, and maybe you shouldn't do that.
Well, one thing you should do is get yourself inside the top 10 because you got to be there to fish on Championship Monday, Lake Murray. Two days of competition complete. We sent 52 home, 50 remain, but we got to decide who our top 10 is, and that'll be decided today at the weigh-in, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. The angler who has led our Yeti hot seat since day number 1, the first angler to weigh in on the first day of competition, Patrick Walters, is your Yeti hot seat leader. And the question is, who are the other 9 that are going to join him in the top 10? Because I'm sure mathematically he is got no, other than not returning to the dock. I mean, he is fishing tomorrow. But the reason everybody comes here to Lake Murray, the reason it is so exciting is that right there, Davey Height.
Absolutely incredible footage that we saw this morning with Patrick Walters schooling fish, and not just schooling fish, big schooling fish. A lot of these fish, 3 to 5 pounds. Patrick Walters catching this one that looks every bit of 5 pounds, but he says it's only a 3-pounder. We'll see when he puts them on the scales. Great shot there of him using topwater baits, a mixture of baits, topwater, some jerk baits, the old Carolina rig. But this morning when the schooling action was happening, topwater certainly the bait of choice for Patrick Walters.
Patrick Walters, as you see, atop the leaderboard with 62 pounds, 13 ounces. 2 Elite Series rookies trying to chase him down. Lee Livesay has been in the mix since day number 1. He was the second angler to weigh in and went out on day 2 in second place. We are looking for a top 10, but as you see, it continues to change. Iaconelli has slid out of it. 11th place, though. There's 11. Still lots of time.
Clifford Perch right there, Tyler Rivette, Matt Airy, old John Garrett that I said you better keep an eye on. He's dropped down 1 spot, but hey, I still got confidence in him.
See Corey Johnston making a charge after yesterday's weight, and hot off a win. An angler so incredible that he once won a 4-day tournament in just 3 days.
That's special. That's special, no doubt.
What's special is if you look at that top 50, there is a bunch of anglers that if you go back and look at yesterday's weigh-in, they'd left the stage with their head hung low saying, there's no way I'm fishing tomorrow. Very rarely does the Elite Series cut go down, and yesterday was one of those days.
It did go down slightly, but you're right, it doesn't happen very often. I think because it was a Saturday, so much traffic on the lake. Not just recreational traffic, but a lot of people are going to be fishing on beautiful Lake Murray on a Saturday in May with highs in the upper 70s. I mean, you got to know maybe the waves could go down on a day like that.
Jay Shakur right now live and hooked up just like that. Thank you, Jay.
Jay, another one of those few anglers fishing down close to the dam. He said, I like fishing clear water. And so what a lot of anglers try to avoid, he actually likes.
Former Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. And in that season, he won an Elite Series title at the final stop. Of course, the St. Lawrence River, and that's where we're going to finish things up this year. And he told me after day number 1, before day number 1, he said, I've missed the last 2 cuts. But positive side of that is the last time I missed 2 cuts, I won the next tournament. And he is in contention right now with a big day to do that again.
Certainly is. This fish will help him a lot. His smallest one right now, unofficially. 2 pounds, 1 ounce. Certainly a bigger one than that he's got hooked up right now.
Plus, too, sometimes it's just better to get them tired. then, I mean, most of the time you can just grab them off of this.
Taking it slow and easy. See his spinning rod. I'm sure he's using some light tackle, probably 6, no more than about 8-pound test, more than likely. Got to take it easy with these fish. Good one.
Finally.
Real good one.
It wasn't going to come off, but.
It's about as emotional as you see him get.
Didn't want to do anything dumb. That'll be a good call there. Yeah, that's a 3.
We see Jason Currick catch fish
3 1/4
from Canada to Florida. He really does love our friend Mark Zona's spinning rod. I can just tell you that. He uses it from Canada to Florida.
He sure does. Let's make a move to our back-to-back Bass Nation National Champion. And don't forget, also won Elite last year in his rookie season. One of 4 rookie Elite winners last year. 4 wins via rookies, 2 of them to Joey Cifuentes. Will Davis Jr. in 7th place currently.
That's a good one. No, he ain't that good. And definitely cool though.
Be an upgrade for Will Davis Jr. Smallest fish, 1 pound, 12 ounces. But Davey Height, when you come to Lake Murray country, I mean, they're proud of 2 things. Davey Height and incredible bass fishing. And nothing shows that better than this graphic right here.
This is the most beautiful lake in the world to me. I was lucky enough to grow up on Lake Murray, so I do know a little bit about it. Surprising. A little, not a whole lot, to only see 1 of these quality fish caught far up the Saluda River, and you see most of the fish are caught in the mid-lake section there from Dreer Island across to Shoal Island. Mid-lake is definitely what I'd call that. The reason most of the fish were caught there because probably 70 of our 102 boats spent most of their tournament there. Here's the surprising thing though, you see fish caught throughout the lake, and it's a big lake, over 40,000 acres. A lot of shoreline here for these anglers to spread out. So looking at this is kind of hard to visualize. We just looked at about 40 miles of Lake Murray and 14 miles wide. But here's the cool thing, or not so cool to some of the anglers that aren't fishing today. We just saw our last 3 catches. Will Davis Jr., Jordan Lee, Brock Mosley. Some of those guys are fishing the farthest down the lake. The sun is straight up in the sky. They're fishing the area of the lake with the clearest water and able to catch those fish. That is mind-boggling to a lot of anglers. It's very unique and different for Lake Murray.
We're able to catch those fish. The question is, can anybody catch Patrick Walters atop the leaderboard where he has resided since day number 1? We got to whittle it down to our top 10. Don't go anywhere. TZ, Ronnie, Such, everybody back in the home office. Davey Height, let's go to lunch.
Let's go.
Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite, Lake Murray here in South Carolina. Sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Semi-final Sunday here on our way to collide with a championship Monday. That's tomorrow when the winner will be decided. We got 50 anglers out there from the original 102. Fished the first 2 days, and
there he is.
A little more room to run around today.
Letting it eat.
Yeah, why not?
Greg DePalma? No. Yeah, Greg DePalma.
He's hoping he's going someplace that will allow him to get into the top 10, because that is the mission today for all these anglers. You got to be in the top 10 if you want to fish on Championship Monday. Brock Mosley started the day in our top 10. He is still remaining there, hanging in there in 8th place.
Good aerial shot right there of these main lake elongated points here on Lake Murray have been the key to this tournament. So many tournament bass, Tommy.
What? Brock sitting on 13 pounds unofficially.
Tommy, we're talking about trying to make the top 10. Other goals for guys who maybe snuck in 50th, 49th, 48th, just gain as many points today for the Classic.
Concentration levels like
Greg DePalma's slid in on a tiebreaker and has moved up to around 30th. That's 20 additional points that can help you stay qualified for the elites, make classics, and keep yourself good in AOY standing, which some will accomplish that today.
Yeah, we're getting into this. Been mentioned many times today. We are into the second half of the season as of today. Things start to get real.
And that right there is about as deep as we have seen any angler fish this week on camera. Boy, it'll be a different weather situation on Championship Monday. Looks like we're going to have clouds all day long, which should make all the explosions we got to see earlier today, should make that last a lot longer tomorrow.
That'd be good.
You kind of got that vibe that the Trey McKinneys, JT Tomkins, Patrick Walters have kind of backed off of their primary areas after the beating that we saw earlier today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pretty fast and furious. It seemed like for a good 3 hours.
Yeah, and
kind of extended.
I heard Dave and Davey talk about it. I was actually thinking about that. Obviously, with 50 less boats and being Mother's Day, a lot less boat traffic. Probably going to be a lot of
good point. Mother's
pleasure
Day,
boating.
yeah, but he's
a lot of pontooning later today.
Yeah, oh, well. Buck Mosley coming in today 25th in points. That's pretty solid for right now, but not a lock. You got to perform. And he does good up north. So
absolutely does.
He's well versed in everything they do out here on the Elite Series. Good shot of Brock Mosley's area there. As we bring you into this area, our area. This is the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, and I don't know, at this point, a 4.5 pound lead for Patrick Walters. I was expecting more maybe by this time of day. You asked me yesterday, do I take him versus the field? I think I still would, but maybe not as committed.
I think I would pretty much join you with that. Probably the reason why with Patrick Walters, he's hit a target weight every day of this tournament. Really what JT Tomkins, Trey McKinney, what they've done, they've made him actually have to fish tomorrow. I think Patrick Walters has truly backed off the pedal. And here's the other side of that, though. You look at guys like McKinney and you look at JT Tomkins, there is a 24 to a 27 pound stringer swimming in this lake, but the only angler that has done that so far in this tournament has been, it's been Patrick Walters. So watching him back off of and manage his areas, you're seeing McKinney and Tomkins do that right now. the X factor for Championship Monday is going to be the weather, because it will bring the opportunity of a giant stringer tomorrow.
All right. What do you say, Ronnie?
Oh, I agree. I mean, when you have a guy who's on his home lake or a lake that he's spent a ton of time on, his second home, as he calls it, Patrick Walters, Lake Murray, it's hard to bet against him going into the final day tomorrow, but you do kind of have a two-headed monster of JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney kind of working together. I bring it over to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We talked about it earlier, showed you how some of these fish group up in schools, how they relate to the blueback herring, and when they get competitive, how they start to feed. Here are some of the places at the screen here where they do it. Some LakeMaster mapping from Humminbird. This is just a small pocket, and this is right where our takeoff is, but this just shows you how many options there are on Lake Murray. So all of this brown is the actual land that connects or sticks out into the water. And so we often think of a point as maybe this right here, a traditional, two jut outs into the water, but that's not necessarily the only thing that these fish are related to. When you think about some other options, there are plenty of shoals. You see these red highlights, that's shallow water highlights, that's 2 or 3 feet of water or less. And you see a lot of these areas, and I'm circling a couple of these shallower places that either form an island or they're barely under the water, but they're less than 1 or 2 feet of water. These are still hard areas, whether it might be gravel, shell, or clay, and those hard places is where a lot of these blueback herring will pull up in the morning times and start to do their spawning methods. And that's where these fish, like these big largemouth bass, will congregate, ambush, and be able to execute in the morning and feed. But there's a lot of other twists and turns. You think you go into a pocket and it's just straightforward. No, there are 3 or 4 jut outs on every single one of these flatter banks. If it's a little divot on the shore, it could be an extension of a point off into the water. And so many places, you got to pick the right one, you got to time it correctly and not get out of rotation, because you can turn an 18 to 20 pound guaranteed bag into 3 or 4 bites, and then you have to worry about the execution factor, Z. If you don't land on the 5 right ones, or you miss them or lose them, you end up coming in with what could have been.
Very good, very zesty shot right there of LakeMaster mapping, and really what you pointed at right there, all you really needed to do, if you come to Lake Murray, concentrate on those outcroppings of red, the hard bottom of red, and you'd be in a good way. Getting back with Jay Shakur at Bassmaster Live.
There you go.
Stay on.
He had two good tournaments to start his year. Not so great in Florida.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I think he's just a scrapper.
Oh, I thought he'd lost. Smaller than he thought.
Little scrappy guy. Might help.
Well, we talked about anglers that could figure out how to catch them all day long. If you looked at how the action was pretty much on top this morning, as you see the day wear on and these schools are not as tight up shallow. Drop shot becoming a big player for some of our anglers in the top 10.
Little upgrade. That's a 2 3/4. Calls out number 1. I think I've gotten in a good little zone here.
That's a happy Jay Shatura right there, isn't
yeah.
it? He's always happy. That's my guy right there.
Sort of.
My guy.
That's, hey. Well, yes, happy is the way to go. Patrick Walters, happy to be on top, I'm sure, but would like a bigger margin. As he gets closer and closer to the end of his fishing day, he'll be fishing out here tomorrow, trying to go wire to wire here at this 5th stop of the year. Set him up in a good points position. Got a great performance all week long. Mike Iaconelli, first man.
Creeping around.
First man lurking outside that top 10 right there.
Yes, he did.
Did get him in the top 10 for the first time this season, I believe it would be, Ronnie, right? Cliff Perch,
Do a
Tyler
side-by-side with Jay Shakeup and Mike Iaconelli for a few minutes.
Yeah, super. Hey, it would be much needed, but Ike has proven history here.
Yeah,
He could do it again.
He likes his place, very much so. Take a look down there. Page number 3, Justin Hamner, your classic champ. Brandon Lester and Luke Palmer. Brian Schmidt, who started in the top 10, slow going for him today. That is for sure. We got more fishing on the way here from Lake Murray. Later today, the best of the best compete for the crown. The Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show presented by Purina Pro Plan begins with the Masters Agility Championship today, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox. Those athletic agility dogs. They can move.
I don't have one of those. The dog is actually completely out of control.
You're not training so much
Well,
anymore?
we're working on it.
Okay.
Got some problems.
Patrick Walters showing some agility all week long here, trying to win this thing. Wire to wire, has been dominant through the first 2 days and started out with a big, fast bolt out of the gate this morning. Got out to a 12, almost 13-pound lead, but JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney, those 2 rookies have kind of reeled him back in just a little bit. He still holds a good lead, though. Patrick Walters, let's take a look at him earlier today.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Starting off in his primary area earlier today, only catching a few really small keepers, then bouncing to another point right around the corner from where he started, making some really nice upgrades right here. And the interesting thing watching Patrick Walters too, which naturally the price of gas, Patrick Walters really has only burned probably 7 gallons of gas all week long, has stayed very close to our takeoff. Really nice footage between a topwater bait, little fluke style bait, and some bonus fish on a Carolina rig every day of this tournament. When the fish would decide to go down and not school as well, that's when that Carolina rig has paid big dividends for Patrick Walters.
All right, second place as it stands right now, 4.5 pounds back of Patrick Walters is the rookie JT Tomkins.
And JT Tomkins said one of the only anglers in our top 10 that has made them bite all day long. A lot of anglers, the window's been very small. Better get your work done in the first 90 minutes, concentrating on that herring spawn. Well, when that disappears, a lot of the other anglers' bite disappeared. Not for JT Tomkins. Soft plastic jerk bait, hover lure on the surface. Today, his roommate, Trey McKinney, was going to come and save him. He said, no, I'm in good shape, but man, I got to keep him pinned. I only got 17 pounds. This is the worst day of my entire life on Earth. Exact words.
I know.
If you are just joining us, maybe getting home from church here on Mother's Day,
keep them in your thoughts.
Keep them in your thoughts, because he has upgraded to about 19 to 20 pounds.
A little better.
Thank goodness.
It's for now.
But
Bottom 5 of his worst
if
days.
you've not been able to join us, Trey McKinney with really, it's been the catch of the day, possibly the catch of the season. Let's just let it ride.
Watch out, watch out. Look at him. Oh my God.
And that is not a small one
That's
right
a big
there.
one. What do you think about that, bud? What do you think about that? That's a giant. That's a giant, son. Oh!
And here's the scary thing about that catch. This is one thing we didn't really kind of nail on that. That is not where he did his damage.
Oh, no, it's not.
He did his damage in about 40 minutes right around the peninsula. Then came to give his buddy, JT Tomkins, a shout out. And that right there happened. We got it from the back of the boat. We got it from drone. We got it from one of the homes on shore. GoPro
doorbell
footage,
camera,
everything. Right. Big call right there for Trey McKinney. And you know it is a special season. Pretty much everything he has done has been, well, pretty much everything he has done has been right on the water.
What is it about this catch that we just can't quit watching it?
It's where it's where yellow goes black.
I guess it is the engulfing.
What is it? Tragic to magic?
That is tragic to magic. There were several different bass tracking that lure right there, bites it right next to the boat, and the biggest one of the school actually got it, said nobody ever on the Bassmaster
Right.
Elite Series. So
Yeah, right. Now, you don't hear about that so much.
great catch for Southern Illinois rookie Trey McKinney.
Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader. Kota Lithium Rookie of the Year points leader.
He's won.
And he's getting to do stuff like that.
32 power pole replays of the day. Marathon peak performance. He owns it all.
Yeah, just
owns
about.
it all. Has a century belt. We're going to get out to Jay Shakeup live in Wisconsin.
Jay was 39th here last year.
Big area. Not very big.
Now, this might not be the most fun way of fishing compared to the morning, but this is a crucial way of fishing from this point in the day on, that because
yes.
it's not going to school as you're
well done.
You're going to have to do that.
You're going to have to do that.
You're
slowly
catching
plug
them
away.
now. You're gaining ground.
Bites.
Yes, get
Gaining ground this time of day.
Get back.
Well, I'll tell you, we're going to get out to Brock Mosley right now. There are other lakes in the Carolinas that might have a lot more 7 to 8 pound fish. It is staggering how many 3 to 5 pound bass that are in this lake.
There he is. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up.
I'm looking for a keeper here for sure. 4 fish.
Come here. Got it. Oh God, I hooked him in the tongue.
We've seen Brock now with a bonus 4.5 on topwater. We saw him square billing some fish. Now he's doing that just to fill a limit today.
It's taking a while.
That's what we came back here to catch him. I seen him yesterday. I thought he was on the bed.
We'll get him up to 15 pounds or just under that right now. Let's go to our leader, though, right now, Patrick Walters, for an update, an assessment of his day.
We're just kind of riding around looking now, trying to get on a point late. 2 boats on that point right now. Trying to find a spot to get on. Nobody's on this one right here by the boat landing. We're going to go get on this one. We're fishing around close to launch right now. There's been some good schools in here. We're just trying to find one that's we'll be able to catch fish off of. That's the thing right now. They're in their midday lull, so it's you just got to find the right spot at the right time.
Walters with less 3 hours or so fishing time left today. Went out in 2 groups, right, Ronnie? You got 2 flights today.
I think it's, if you give me 1 second, I'll be able to tell you the difference in their check-ins. I think it's 30. It's 15 minutes. 7 and 7:15 they took off.
seen really any schooling activity in the last little bit. It's slowed up, so that's why we're just going to drag a little bit, see if we can catch one. We really just need a big fish. You know, we got good size keeper fish, you know. We really just need one of those great big ones. Could go up shallow and do some looking up there, but I don't want to do that. There's that. Get the chain out. Ooh, that one's picking up nice. Gosh, I might start doing it again. Big ball of bait.
Well, so far, local angler Patrick Walters has fished a perfect, flawless tournament. And when he makes the comment that I've just got 5 good keeper fish, that pretty much means I've got 5 that are 4 pounds probably, and around 20 pounds in his live well. It'll be a tall mountain to climb tomorrow for the rest of the field, the other 9 anglers on Championship Monday. But like we said, the shift in the weather, cloud cover all day long, that will be the X factor here on the Bassmaster Elite Series at Lake Murray. Absolutely phenomenal action this morning.
Tremendous stuff, especially from the top 4 on our leaderboard. Walters, Tomkins, McKinney, and Livesay, and add Shakurat into that as well as he's pursued on into the afternoon. He's catching. When you're catching him this time of day, you're beating people.
When we have 2.5 hours left in the fishing day, Tommy, for most of the anglers, the question is who in contention will catch a 5-pounder this afternoon to stay close, because that's the biggest thing.
Coverage continues on Bassmaster.com and also there. 3 p.m. Eastern Time, that's when the first flight checks in, and the weigh-in will commence then. Get our 10 for Championship Monday. Thank you so much. We got America's Day at the Races, live horse racing right around the corner.
Happy Mother's Day.
Well, we're trying to catch a bedding fish at this moment. We need a couple of good ones to move on up, but still got slim pickings. I thought that was a big old bass and blew up, big old Labrador. Water's definitely got clear, that's for sure. All right, bud, let's roll.
Should get one to bite right there. Does Lena have a camera guy today? Oh, I see it now. Okay, I was about to say. So I thought he had Jake.
Kind of blended in.
It did, didn't it? I might have. Yeah, I probably did. I turned it off on half the spots.
No, I mean on the live show.
Oh, yeah, I turned all that stuff off.
No,
I don't need it. I'll interpret the image. Those boat brakes would be very convenient sometimes. Depends on what Bass does. If they allow them, then yeah. But it's like they keep going back and forth, so it's like, no, as of right now, I'm not going to because I don't want to get used to them, you know? Right. And then be like, oh man. They're freaking cool. They are freaking cool. You've seen it. Mm-hmm. There's a brush pile right there I missed somehow. Golly. Big old brush pile. Bomb old cricket in there one time. Man, there's a lot of stuff around it. I think that's bass above it. I'm gonna take it right now if they're bass. Put the old fluke over top of them. think that is bass. Had her stripes. Fishing a little deeper right now. Fishing a little deep hump, trying to see how much these fish are moving. I see a big group of them. Their stripes are bass, but I cannot get them to move. Do not think they are either of the two now. Look good. Big isolated one, let's see what that is. Go check a brush pile. There's fish look like in these piles. Look at these stumps. Change my worm. Change my worm. Good old cotton candy. Brian, we gotta go find us a big one. All right, let's see if that makes a difference. Oh, there's 2 or 3 of them right there. That'll be in the money shot. If they're bass. We gotta go get back up shallow again. This was worth a shot, but don't think it's the deal. Which is good. I didn't want the deep bite to be good, because then you'd have to fish it. Let's go run over there to that point. Should I go fish that riprap? I'm gonna go fish that riprap. Who's on it? Old Brinsky.
Ready? Have a margarita. I'm turning you in. Turning you into the tournament director.
So I was back in the boat in 15 minutes. I said, Bill, lunch was awesome, man. You should have been here.
You got to make you got to make your opportunities, Bill.
I get it, but if I'd have been in there eating lunch, I'd have figured I was missing out on something important, which
you'd have been eating in the boat.
But now looking back on it, I wasn't missing out on anything. I could have caught exactly what I caught without any practice, I think.
Yeah, if he'd have come in there and eat lunch, he'd had a different outlook. Maybe he'd have thought about something else. Sometimes you got to step back, Bill.
Okay, I'll remember that next time.
You can't have tunnel vision. Sometimes you kind of got to get outside and see the picture.
Is there any Mexican restaurants at Wheeler?
There ain't crap at Wheeler.
All right, well, then I guess I'll have to have lunch in a boat.
You can get you some Taco Bell and stick it in.
Yeah.
But now if we were going to Gunnersville, there's like 14 different mom and pops that's got amazing cheeseburgers.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You can call in, say, hey, I need a cheeseburger to go. Yeah, pick up a good healthy lunch. Nothing like a good juicy, greasy cheeseburger.
Right. Exactly what I need.
Yeah. Attaboy.
Yeah.
I kind of marveling at how this show has devolved into
what y'all have done to this show, just talking about Mexican and greasy cheeseburgers. I mean, there's not anybody listening that is learning a thing about fishing.
Well, look, sometimes you just got to take a step back from fishing.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we can sit here and watch Jay roll around all over the lake looking for a fish on his forward-facing sonar, or we can talk about Mexican food. To me, talking about Mexican food right now is way more exciting than this. But that's just my opinion, you know?
Okay.
So.
Well, Chicarrot is he's going to be a factor in this.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. It looks like he's got himself on the bottom end of the lake where it's crystal clear, you know, and he's not scared of that crystal clear water at all by no means.
Right.
He loves it. And he's really good. He's
can
good
he
at what he
catch up
does.
with Patrick if you throw enough rocks at Patrick?
Well, it depends on how much Jay wants to pay me later. But I'm pretty sure, like we said, Patrick's probably got a 20-pound lead after he comes weighs in today. But anything can happen. You know what I mean? The ugly and the beautiful thing about blueback herring lakes is you may think you're on them and you may think you're going to catch them, and it can just go away so fast. All it has to do is the blueback herring need to leave the points, and a guy that's been catching 20 a day could go out and 0. You know, chances of that happening for Patrick are slim to none because he knows the lake so well, but we all know the history of blueback herring, and it could happen very easily.
You know, one of the big variables is really going to help Patrick. If this were day 4 on Sunday, you always have the wild card of guys just fishing that could absolutely influence the tournament. But odds are pretty good on Monday. These guys are going to get to see a peaceful lake or somewhat peaceful. Most everybody's got to go back to work. So they're going to have free run of the lake, and Patrick knows this lake so well. I ain't saying it won't happen, but I'm saying it's probably not going to happen.
Right.
That Patrick will be, I'm going to say he's going to have a pretty substantial lead, and he's just going to be hard to catch.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, when you're dealing with a lake that's kicking out 17 to 20-pound stringers, and there's not that 28, 29-pound outlier, to overcome, just like Corey Johnson when he won at St. John's. I mean, when you get that kind of a lead, when the lake's not dealing out 30-pound bags, it's just about impossible.
Right, exactly.
When a guy can go out and dink and dunk and catch 12 pounds on you, you still can't catch him. It's just not going to say he's got it wrapped up, but I'm saying he's looking pretty good. Vegas would give him some serious.
So you're saying a Monday final for Patrick Walters is probably a best-case scenario for him?
Sure. He doesn't have the wild card variables probably of outside influences changing the course of a tournament. That's right. That's what we always worry about as competitors is the things that you can't control.
Right. The spectators.
Yeah. The spectators, maybe wild weather events, substantial weather changes. I'm not seeing any of that. So
he'll have the opportunity to run and pretty much fish any point, anything he wants to fish.
Yeah. I'll tell you how critical it is. I mean, I had 9 schools, really good schools of blueback herring, fish found that were on them. I never made a cast in 2 days on any of those. Either our competitors were polled down, committed to them on those fish, or weekend fishermen were polled down and fishing for them. And it was just like, that's the part of fishing you can't control. I mean, all you can do is do your job. And for whatever reason, I don't care who it is, you look it out throughout people's careers, there are certain lakes that just got their number.
Yeah.
And this lake, for whatever reason, I don't know why there's such a huge difference. I mean, I've done really, really well here when we're not blueback fishing. But when we're blueback fishing, it's just like I got zero.
You have the same kind of issues at Clark's Hill?
Oh, yeah. Any of them. Clark's Hill, Hartwell, I've struggled. But Clark's Hill is really funny because there's just not a lot of options, things you can do. And this lake's that way, too. If this lake were fishing where the complete lake was healthy, then there would be guys like to power fish like myself and Greg Hackney and Bill, and the upper portions of this lake would be in play. And there should be bluegill spawns up there right now. There should be fry garters, and something's wrong. I don't know.
That's what you're saying. It's not completely healthy? Because these fish look healthy. A lot are big.
Oh
part
yeah,
of it.
yeah. I'm just talking about there seems like the population's down in comparison. Like there's big numbers on the south end of this lake, and it seems like when you get a couple of miles north of Deer Island where we're sitting right now, it seems like the numbers are down or something's up. Because I talked to Rick Clun. We camped by each other all week long, and he was scratching his head. I mean, Rick's staying close. He's not gone far. He's like me. He's typically up a river somewhere, and that's just not happening. It didn't happen last year. It's not happening this year. It's like they had a big drawdown here 4, 5, 6 years ago, where they tried to really work on the vegetation. They thought about they tried to kill the grass, and it's like they drew it down so far. I mean, it went down 8 or 10 feet, and it's almost like when all that dried up, those fish haven't moved back.
Moved back.
No, it's kind of weird.
And that's the first place to dry out and the last place to get wet.
I think they got a taste of the blueback herring and said, I am not going up there and eating bluegills anymore, So
We've got 2 lakes in Alabama that in the last 15 years have had bluebacks that got introduced. State didn't put them in there, but they wound up in there. Smith Lake, it got bluebacks put in it within the last 15 years. Lake Martin did. And it absolutely 100% totally changed the habits of overfishing that lake. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like if a bass, whether it's a spotted bass, largemouth, if he ever tasted blueback herring, he loses his mind.
He's like a crack addict.
Yeah, I mean, it must taste like.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
They become addicted. I mean, that's what we see that.
It must just taste like a filet mignon or something. I mean, you think every now and then that they say, well, I can't have filet today. I'll go have a hamburger. No.
Yeah, it's just always it just puzzles me, confuses me, because you can pull up on some of the most beautiful grass, a beautiful laydown on a flat, and you're like, I am going to get a bite, and it's just like they don't even live there. It's like you said, once they get a taste of that blueback herring, they're just like, we're going out there. That's where we're going to live. We ain't going to get up there in the grass. We ain't going to get up there by the log. Turns them into, I just always say, it turns them into a high-class society fish, He's just almost going to run around out here and eat filet mignon, and I don't eat bluegills and crawfish anymore, so.
I could take you out here down the lake on some of the islands, and I have never, in all my years, seen the numbers of bluegill.
And little bluegill.
Yeah,
not big ones, just perfect size.
Snack size for largemouth. I'm talking about billions of them, and not a bass one on them.
Well, maybe we need to let some kids know where some of those banks are and let them go down there and catch them brim.
I promise you, they could go have a good time. Mom and Daddy ought to get with them, go down there around the Bombing Range Island and some of the islands out in the middle of the lake, and get you a bucket of red worms or some crickets. And I promise you,
have all kinds of fun.
You and your youngest can have a fantastic day in the boat.
Absolutely.
Well, I've actually had a fantastic day here on the bank, and I appreciate it. I was worried that this hour might screw that up, and it didn't.
You have no faith in us.
No faith in us at all,
I love
Steve.
y'all more than any of these guys, and you know that. Well, I mean, that and Bernie, who's coming up on the next hour. So
Bernie caught him a big old bag yesterday.
So he did. It's not, so we're going to talk about that in the next hour. Now we got to go to a break and have a little
no kids, no
commercial
husbands,
thing. And
if they
I
have
do
husbands.
appreciate y'all. We'll be back here pretty soon with
sir.
Bernie Schultz.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back to the Bassmaster Elite here, or this Minn Kota Bassmaster on Murray. Listening to the live mix, or you're watching the live mix. We've got a nice little neat shot of the boat going around a boat dock there, and I'm sitting, Steve Bowman sitting with Bernie Schultz. Bernie, this is an interesting event on several fronts. The one thing that interests me more, and I think that a lot of people may be just as interested in, is the impact that the blue herring or the blueback herring has on the lake. Now, you've been doing this a lot of years. and the bluebacks weren't always a part of Clarks Hill and Murray and Hartwell and everything else. So tell us in your estimation what that means to some of the anglers who may be watching or listening and want to come to Murray. I mean, this is one of the finest fisheries in the country.
I mean, it's pretty obvious it's a preferred food source. I mean, you know, back in the earlier days of my career when I was competing on these lakes, it was a shad deal or brim beds, bluegill beds. You know, crawdads were even a factor when there was grass. This lake used to have a lot of hydrilla, as did Santee Cooper, and I'm not sure about Clarks Hill back in the day, how much. I don't think it ever had a lot of grass. It may have had, but anyway, the point is the forage base has kind of changed and the bass have changed with it. And whatever it is about blueback herring, they like them, and they prefer them. And there's so much abundance of forage on this lake, it's insane. When you get up in the shallows, like where Brock Mosley's fishing, where a lot of us tried to fish, the number of sunfish and shad and even some herring, small herring, running the shoreline, it's insane. I mean, they could just sit there on a rock pile in a foot of water and it'd come right to them.
Wow.
But for whatever reason, they like chasing those bigger herring, and I don't know if it's taste or what it is about it. Yeah, or hate. Yeah, maybe it makes them mad. Who knows? But,
I don't know.
But it's definitely changed the lake and changed the lakes wherever they've been introduced. Like, you know, a good example is Lanier. You know, that never had them. You know, and now herring are in Lanier, and the spots have changed their feeding habits. What used to be a real major brush pile lake is now you're fishing points a lot of times for
You're fishing a moving fish, a pelagic fish.
Exactly.
So good or bad?
I mean, you know, change is going to happen regardless of what we want. You know, man's tried to influence the environment a lot of different ways, good and bad. But change is going to occur with or without us, and I don't know how long this herring thing's going to go on. It may be the future. It may at some point cycle out. Who knows? I mean, fish are always different wherever we go, from year to year, day to day sometimes.
Well, and there is that. But I also see that, you know, some of the things like Matt Herron and Bill Long were talking about, how it takes other pieces and parts of the equation away, the things that we like about fishing, the variety, et cetera. And so it sounds to me like it's not that great of a deal. So, especially this time of year, right?
Yeah, you know, it can come down to angling style and preference.
Sure.
You know, a lot of guys are going to like it, and some guys are going to hate it.
Sure. I'm sure there's a lot of people around here who absolutely love it. And there are lakes in my home state that I would like. Man, I'd like to get some blue herons there, because something needs to break. Something needs to give.
Right.
You know, but at the same time, you know, it's typically when man tries to play God with fish and water, it's a mistake.
Many times it is, yeah. I can say this: the forage is kind of like the habitat. You know, grass. Like I said, this lake used to have an abundance of elodea, hydrilla, and the fishing was fabulous, as was the fishing on Santee Cooper when it had hydrilla. And you know, that's the bane of fishing for some guys, and other guys love it. You know, they like vegetation. I'm from Florida. I like vegetation. I was raised figuring out how to fish vegetation. But there's guys that are on, you know, northern lakes or reservoirs that don't. It's, you know, they're absent of vegetation, and they prefer not to deal with it.
Sure.
It can
well,
be
I mean,
overwhelming.
but the other part of that is, and this is one of the things that I see in you a lot, is, and I know you spent some time in the summer up north in New York and everything else, but you are typically a grass environment, grass habitat. Then that's kind of like you are. It's kind of like Bill Owen in a bush.
Yeah, that's my wheelhouse.
Right. It is your, and you know, it doesn't matter where we go. As long as if there's some vegetation, submerged vegetation, then that becomes your deal. So.
Or even emergent. I mean, if there's grass, I'm definitely gonna try it in practice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the things I know best, like anybody would.
Right.
But it's an awesome lake, regardless of the habitat that's here now or the forage base that the fish prefer. They live here. They grow healthy here. I mean, the fish are beautiful. They almost look post or pre-spawn rather than post-spawn. So you don't know what you're going to get in some lakes, but this one always seems to produce healthy.
Yep.
You know.
Much bigger than what Patrick Walter would estimate the weight that each one he catches.
Yeah, I think he's sandbagging in a big way.
Oh, he's a sandbagger.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's really, you know, here's the thing about it. Again, Patrick is a fun-loving guy, but he's a fierce competitor.
He is that.
He's having some fun right now because he knows he's kind of got this. He knows what he's got in his live well, and in his live well is not what he's got on Bass Track. So.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is a viable pattern that he's doing right now. It's nothing like what he was doing this morning.
No.
But there's probably some management going on also. He's probably giving those fish on his key spots a break for tomorrow.
Well, that and there's the potential, I guess, for him to go back here and you can't win a tournament here, but you can catch you a 4-pounder or a 5-pounder.
Yeah.
And you know that one fish that's the outlier that he's got named and pets and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I tried this. I traveled with Cliff Prince, and we both tried to crank shallow on this riprap, and I couldn't make it work. Maybe I didn't put it to work in the right parts of the lake, or I didn't stay with it long enough. Maybe my bait selection wasn't quite right, but it's definitely something that I wanted to make, give every opportunity, keep it honest, and I just finally gave up on it on the second morning of practice. There's just so many things going on in the lake.
Right.
The brim or bluegill are bedding strong, and that's usually a magnet for big bass, but that didn't play this week.
Why is that, you reckon?
I don't know, unless it's the urge to pursue herring.
Yeah, I mean, bluegill being
The water was higher last year when we were here.
like
I thought the water was up this time.
the primary forage nationally, along with shad, but bluegill being
That water was up that line. Like I was catching
God's gift to a largemouth that wants to grow fat.
Amen to that. I mean, if you ever fish managed ponds, for
all
example,
about bluegill.
it's all about bluegill.
All about bluegill.
That's what they want for the primary forage.
Mm-hmm.
It grows big fish.
It can grow them in a big way. And in the reality of it is a managed pond. We'll keep with bluegill. We'll keep largemouth shallot in the same way that blue herring or blueback herring will keep largemouth shallot.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just in a shad lake, you're going to have different ranges of fish, and some of them are going to be approaching the thermocline here shortly.
Right. That was that dock reminds me of last year, and what a crucial target that was through the 4 days of competition last year. The catwalks on those docks. Well, the fish were relating to them, whether they were bedding on them.
Not just that one.
No, not that specific dock, but that dock reminded me of the pattern that was going on in the lake, and it was working in most parts of the lake. If you stayed at it and just threw at those catwalks, not the floating portion of the dock out over deeper water, but the actual pilings, and usually the last set of pilings, or the ones, where the main drop is, those were magnets for bass last year. And it worked a little bit this year. Not a lot, but it did work a little bit this year. I think most of the spawning fish that are being caught are away from the bank this year compared to last year. They were real shallow and plentiful this year. There's a lot fewer spawners, but there are enough to make it, worth pursuing for a lot of the guys, and some guys are doing really well at it.
Right.
I'm sure Corey and Porosnik and some of those guys.
You had a terrible first day, but yesterday you had an incredible day. Walk us through that. How does that happen?
Well, stupidity on the first day.
All right.
I had the fish. I fished the same places.
Really?
Both days I did, yeah. I did start on one place yesterday morning that I didn't on the first morning, only because I was in a late draw, and I knew that the place I started on day one would be taken by somebody else that would beat me to it. But later in the morning, I got there, and that's where I caught most of my fish, better fish especially. But it was just a matter of slowing down. When the fish are busting, blowing up on the surface, it's exciting and it amps you up.
Oh, yeah.
And you know that it's fleeting. That surface activities doesn't last.
Right.
Not for very long usually, especially later in the year. And we're getting later in the year. It's pretty fleeting. So anyway, I was trying to get my bait in there and work it, and I was trying to excite and trigger the fish to strike. And that was the wrong thing to do. And so yesterday I slowed down, and actually several of my bigger fish ate as the bait was descending on the fall, not working it at all. I work it through the school and just let it drop, and that's when they load up on it. So it was just a matter of not executing, on the first day. I had the opportunity. I'm going to say I missed a fish. I did have some swat at the lure, but it wasn't lost fish. It was just not presenting the bait properly and giving the fish a chance to get the bait.
So basically, it's as simple as you just change your retrieve.
Yeah.
And the first day you weighed in what?
I had 7 pounds, 9 ounces.
And then yesterday you weighed in what?
20 pouns.
And
8
so
ounces.
you got 13 pounds difference by changing your retrieve. And sometimes people say, that's too much. No. I mean, little things make big differences in this.
Huge, costly differences, yeah. But, it's a learning thing. It's even at my age, as long as I've been doing this, I learned something every tournament. So yesterday, that was the lesson. And fortunately, I learned something. I could have gone another day of 7 or 8 pounds and not learned a thing, but fortunately, I made an adjustment and paid off.
Your practice tell you that there was 20 pounds of fish there, or is that just your best?
Yeah. There was no doubt the quality of fish were where I was fishing, and I got a great draw. I mean, I was boat 8, and the fish that I chose I had 3 good schooling points going. Had other ones, but these 3 had the right grade of fish on them, and I was struggling, and it got worse when we canceled that first day. It just prolonged my decision-making on where to start, and I really agonized over it. I was like, man, if I go down there. And the other factor you have to consider is there's a lot of local pressure on the lake.
Right.
And you could run – we started late. We started at 7 o'clock. And in my book, this time of year, that's too late.
Too late.
And other people are on the water at 6 and can see fine. I mean, it's safe light before then.
Mm-hmm.
So – my worry was, which one of these points am I going to run to and somebody be sitting on it? But I gambled and went to the one that had the most fish and the biggest, in my opinion, what I thought from practice, the best average fish. And to my amazement, no one was there when I got there. And I was like, oh, my God, I got it all myself. And they were blowing up, and I just got too frantic and didn't execute. But yesterday, like I said, I started on a different point because I didn't think I could ever get to that one again. And then later in the morning, I went there, and it was vacant, and I was able to get in there and do some damage. But, that's part of the decision process. It's you live and die by your decisions, and you think it's a good strategy. It sounds like a good game plan in your head, and then sometimes it works, and that's really rewarding, and other times it's not working, and it's painful, agonizingly painful.
Right. I mean, it really is. I mean, you've just kind of described the fine lines that Elite Series anglers have to deal with, that any angler has to deal with when they're trying to become an elite or stay an elite or whatever, is you changed your retrieve, and it was a difference in 13 pounds.
It's all about presentation. I mean, it's and that could be said for any technique that you're using. It could be flipping. The rate that your bait sinks through a mat of, or
how long you soak it.
Or the
don't
profile,
soak it.
the profile of the lure. There's subtle little things. Working a top water, how long do you let it rest between pulls, or jerk bait, same thing, the cadence.
Or don't let it rest at all. I mean,
that's right.
Jason Christie caught 17, 18, 19 pounds on bull shows and wins there in the last day by never letting as soon as it hit the water, he's pop, 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 and and you've seen, so if you've watched a lot of live mix today, you've seen a lot of top water action that is going frantically, like what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I wonder if Trey will get that red ball from that dog and throw it for him.
It's spooky.
But I mean, then you get to this time of day right here, and what led me to ask you that question is this time of day we're talking about 120. Was this when you were on your point?
I was there all day once I got there. I never left. I fished it from 2 feet to 10 feet all around the perimeter. On top of it, I kept going up there and trying shallow and going back out deep. The fish came at varying times and depths.
Okay.
Same presentation, though. I caught everything on a fluke-style bait, Yamamoto D-shad, and a Zoom fluke. I used both, give them a different look.
Yeah.
And it's just about slowing down and being way more methodical.
Yeah.
I'd give anything to have day one over again, but it's in the books.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, you said the main thing is that every, you're learning. You have to learn.
Yeah.
And if you've got to come into these games with, I've got something to learn. I haven't got it all figured out. Rick Clunn, God bless him, and he is the epitome of that.
Yeah.
He will tell you that there's not a day that doesn't go by that he doesn't learn. And he's open to learning, because I know there's people who are open to not learning and just having it their way.
Yeah.
You may not know anybody like that, but I know a couple. So
we all know somebody like that. But
yeah,
what I admire is he threw everything about the herring out the window and said, "I'm going to go do what I do best, way up the river." And the thing about going way up the river is you limit the habitat that you got to search in.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of distractions like there are down the lake where there's all kinds of things going on.
Limit pressure, limit habitat, but if it's not happening there, it's not happening.
Yeah, well, he made it work.
And it appears to me that in some forms or fashion, there's just not a lot of activity going out on the water. This is a slow time of the day.
It is.
So we're going to actually take a break. We're going to take a break and let the sponsors pay for this time, and then when we come back, we'll be with Bernie Schultz talking about how you can change your Retreive and add 13 pounds to your sack. That's crazy. Stay with us here on Live Mix. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray. We're the Live Mix, the Angler Show, is the last segment of the Angler Show, and we're sitting here with Bernie Schultz. Bernie Schultz, who could have changed his Retreive, or did change his Retreive, and add 13 pounds to it. I mean, I'm giving you grief on that.
Yeah, yeah.
But I know how fine those lines are, and I think that it's very interesting that happened, and really it's a learning curve. Now, is that a glide bait, or is he just jerking them?
That's a glide bait, looks like.
So he's up around some timber, isn't it? I'm wondering if you remember or not. It seemed to me like Carl or Matty Wong may have done something like this last year here, or was that another tournament?
I remember it worked real well at Chickamauga one year.
Yeah.
I made it work a couple of times in the last couple of years, but
don't think it's it's great that Patrick has the confidence that he can go do something that might produce a really big one and not hurt him.
Yeah, it's a luxury, really. I mean, he knows he's in good shape going into tomorrow, and anything that happens the rest of the day that helps is just icing on.
Back with more live coverage. Semi-final Sunday at the Minn Kota Bassmaster Elite at Lake Murray, Columbia, South Carolina. Got about an hour for our first flighters, about an hour and 15 minutes, I would have to say, of actual fishing time when you subtract average travel time and so forth. We are very, very happy to be able to continue this live coverage. Had a great 4.5 hours there on FS1 this morning. Patrick Walters, yes. On top, Patrick Walters started with a 5-pound lead, and it's just a little less than that. Right now, he had it up to 12.5, though, at some point.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you like Midday reports?
Do I?
Yes.
I like our Midday reports.
I know you do. How about a
Absolutely.
Bassmaster Midday report, Tommy?
Well,
that's what we're going to jump into. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
On this glorious Mother's Day. Going to start with Will Davis. Will Davis Jr. this morning getting it done. Had one schooling area. It popped for him a little bit earlier today. Good one right there. That was fish number 1 for Will Davis. Still hanging around, creeping around in our top 10. 5 fish, unofficially 16 pounds right now. Did have a few spawning fish earlier in the week, but knew this little spot right here was going to have to pay off for him to make a run and hang out in that Championship Monday group. Looks like, as of right now, he has done that. One thing that was pretty amazing, though, I was watching the Dave and Davey show, making it work with a jerk bait in all of that slick water conditions.
I noted you took note of that when it happened. Yes, that was kind of
very erratic retrieve from there. Brock Mosley, a little bit of cooking that he did here last year, shallow cranking. Key is rock and shade lines. And Tommy, Ronnie, when I say rock, I'm talking he is grinding that in about 10 to 15 inches of water. Good one right there for Brock Mosley. Not getting a lot of bites on that square bill, but a couple of the right ones. Looks like a little pre-spawny right there.
Yeah, that one was right up by the boat, right up by the bank.
Bassmaster Midday report.
And he got a little bit of a bonus catch, too, when they came up busting, and he catches a 4-pounder from some herring eaters.
Well, one angler that has hodgepodged his way to a top 5 unofficially right now. Jay Shakurit starting out on a little schooling area, and a lot of his damage throughout the tournament, though. Earlier in this, good one right there for Jay Shakurit. A lot of his damage earlier in this tournament, he was actually exploiting what was left of the largemouth spawn, but today pretty much his primary weapon's been a little Strike King filler worm on a drop shot, shallow, and some fry garters out a little bit deeper. Jay Shakurit trying to wrap up here so he can get up to the Sturgeon Bay Open next week. Solid performance so far for the Wisconsin Angler.
Jay Shakurit, 25th to start the season, 16th in Lake Fork. Was 4th place at the Classic. Had a big Classic.
Yes, he did.
Good start to his year.
He's had 2 Classics top 10s back-to-back on 2 places that aren't the easiest bodies water to fish.
Lee Livesay caught this bass on FS1 and said, just a little baby. That's when you know you're dealing with a Lake Fork guide. Nice solid 4-pounder right there. Lee Livesay living on one spot down towards the dam for about 4 hours. Was sharing that yesterday with Derek Hudnall. They all played nice. Everybody got along out there, but boy, not that big school that was there on day number 1 for Lee Livesay. Still, very solid morning. Really, it's when he's made the transition from this area up towards takeoff. Lee Livesay sitting with 5 bass, unofficially for 18 pounds and 4 ounces. A lot of his work with a topwater bait, 6 cents topwater, fluke style bait, and a Carolina rig line.
Trey McKinney marches on through this season here. Coming into today solidly in the top 10 and moved up from 5th place.
Got to see him fish that little point right there earlier in this event. Caught 2 good ones. I believe it was the first day of competition. And today it was absolutely loaded. It was about 8:30 this morning. Trey McKinney, Rookie of the Year leader. That's not all. Angler of the Year leader. Look at that footage right there. Throttled him there for about the better side of an hour. Nice one right there on the chartreuse soft plastic jerkbait. Then he made the decision to go get his buddy, his partner in crime, JT Tomkins, and just ran into this one right here. Good problem to have. Why don't we just boat swing him, friendo? Flawless morning for your Angler of the Year leader, Trey McKinney.
Trey in third place, about 6 pounds behind our leader. About 4.5 pounds behind our leader is this man, JT Tomkins, another rookie.
JT Tomkins just with a sparkling performance on Lake Murray this morning, getting it done with a chartreuse soft plastic jerkbait, just like his roommate, Trey McKinney. But they're both throwing a hover style lure on the surface as well. And JT Tomkins making the comment, it was the worst morning of his life. Said I should have 47 pounds of pies. Yes, I think I might be off skewed a little bit there. But when he went to that hover style lure, started to definitely land them. Very solid morning right now for JT Tomkins, who a lot of his big bites have come later in the day. So let's hope maybe unlike some of our other anglers like Trey McKinney or Patrick Walters, that he's actually still fishing.
Well,
sorry.
He did fish out through the day yesterday, so we fully expect him to be fishing hard today. In advance of making that top 10, he looks like he's good for that.
Yeah, Patrick Walters started on the same area this morning that he was on yesterday morning, and it didn't happen. He caught 4 little bass that weighed, let's just call it about 7 pounds, bailed to this little point right around the corner where he also did a lot of damage yesterday, getting it done with a topwater bait, getting it done with a little small fluke style bait. Good bite right there, but it's been better than average size bass on a Carolina rig on this spot that have added to the equation for Patrick Walters. And we've kind of got word that he's yet again hovering around 20 pounds of bass. That is your Bassmaster midday report.
Thanks.
When we get to this point in the day, guys, about an hour and a half left for the first flight, we need to think about Angler of the Year. Yeah, we have Jordan Leon live as well with Trey McKinney, but Jordan has fallen down so far, like we saw Ben Milliken and we saw a few other guys yesterday.
I can't figure that one out.
Dropping down, he's going to lose possibly 30 points back to Trey today.
Boy.
Chris and Corey. Chris has fallen a lot today. Corey's fallen another 10 or 15 spots. It's getting to be a bigger margin than it had been.
Talking about Jordan Lee, talking about 3 fish for 5.25 pounds. Coming off of a 20-pound day.
Oh, God.
Felix is in the same boat. He needs this one.
That's a big one. That's a real big one.
He's 1 and 2 really solid for Austin. This has been his worst day so far.
Should have done this all day.
Currently sitting with 2 fish for 2.5 pounds. Austin Cooley.
It's down from underneath the boat. Where you at? Oh, God, no. Open your mouth. Don't do that. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Should have done this all day. That's number 5. I went from thinking I wasn't going to catch a bass today to just putting a donkey in the boat. I want to help. We might make something out of this yet. Don't eat the rest of them. Holy cow, let's get back out there. This is fun.
Oh, maybe we have an issue with...
Nobody likes catching herring fish anyways.
Is that fish number 5 for Austin Felix? Or fish number 3? If it's fish number 5, then he's...
Well, I don't know.
Kind of shaking from that one.
If it's fish number 3, then he's going to move up about 15 spots into the mid-20s with that help.
Nice one there for Austin Felix. Made the comment maybe he shouldn't have chased those herring fish earlier today. Good one.
That is a good one for the 2020 Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year.
Austin Felix, another big NFL fan, asked him how he felt about that J.J. McCarthy pick, and like the rest of the country, he doesn't know. Really. The problem with
is he okay with waiting it out and seeing, or is he just okay?
Did all my damage on the last 2 days. I haven't gotten a bite off it today. Haven't really came up at all. Seen 1 or 2 bust, like really lethargically though. They did, not enough to make anything happen. So we're just gonna do this the rest of the day. I mean, it was a lot more fun. I feel like everyone I catch now is just a few more points towards the classic. Unless something crazy happens.
Up and down season for Austin. It was bad finishes at Fork and St. John's River, but top 20 at Toledo Bend and Harris. So it was kind of Jekyll and Hyde season so far.
Somebody that we definitely thought was gonna get into it big time today was Brian Schmidt. He was torn. Do I start on schoolers? But I've got some deeper fish, 10 to 15 foot of water on a drop shot. Slow morning for Brian Schmidt, fishing just outside of Jay Shakurat.
Dude, I would have swore to you that was a giant fish.
Said he had a big bag.
I mean, seriously,
right
I
here in
would have.
practice.
He might help. Pretty fish.
10 to 15 foot of water, small clumps of grass, isolated stumps. Well, you can see how these guys have transitioned. We talked about whoever pretty much made it to Championship Monday, besides really your top 3 anglers. A lot of the other anglers in the field were going to have to get something going later in the day. Well, you're seeing how they've done that. A drop shot's been a big factor after the skies have gotten high, and a couple anglers catching them a lot deeper than we've seen earlier in the week. Livesay live.
First cast, they went crazy and then said, no. We've seen that before, buddy. It's not real. I don't even know if you catch them on real bait, on live bait. Come on, we need one big one at the end of the day. 1-4 would go a long ways.
Get a look at the color and the shade of the water off the left side of Livesay. This is his backup spot, closer to takeoff. Very shallow all week long. Been able to dig those raptors
Wolf back
in.
up and got up shallow over there for a second. Last cast with this, I'm gonna scoot out to that hump, unless that party barge parks on it. They're about to drive right over the sweet spot. God, there's 100 bass out there, man.
Lee going to push on, having a decent, had a swing and a miss at Lake Fork, but other than that, it's been a good season for Lee Livesay. 25th place, Angler of the Year points. Angler of the Year points being scored in this league as well.
Kayak Series.
Right, Waters Kayak Series, of course it is. Gaining momentum through the years, fairly new sport to have the technology at this level. Of course, kayaks have been around for hundreds of years, but
they got pretty good technology.
They got about everything. You know, miniaturization is rampant in every industry. You can check out the QR code right there and see if you might fit in with the Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series. A great sort of gateway into tournament fishing. A very good way to get started and get your feet wet with Bassmaster. So check it out. Getting closer and closer to the end of moving day. Second moving day in a row. You got to move into the top 10 today. The Bassmaster Elite Series, Minn Kota Elite at Lake Murray. A lot of coverage here. Great to bring it to you. Sponsored by Garmin today. And we have seen some wonderful, wonderful stretches of fish catching during the course, especially the first half of the day, and in some cases extending beyond that a little bit. But Patrick Walters started the day with the lead, as he has every day. Well, we figured he had the lead to start with because he was a big favorite coming in here. But, yeah, trying to do a wire-to-wire thing here.
Tommy, am I out of line to call out Patrick Walters and Trey McKinney? Because it looks like Trey McKinney is skipping boat docks and Patrick Walters is out shining in about 10 to 15 feet of water. It looks like they have backed off, and you know what? Their chips are where they're at for Championship Monday.
Yeah, I think they're probably pretty square for tomorrow's lineup of 10 anglers who'll go for the big prize.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's TH Marine Weather Watch. Go ahead, Brenda.
Oh, yeah. Oh, go. Well, yeah. Tomorrow.
Tommy, look at that house.
The temperature's a little cooler. Look at that. Oh, man, that is a nice hotel there. I'd like to stay there. A little cooler tomorrow night, but the big thing is the cloud cover tomorrow. It should be back, and that is going to have an effect on what we see go down in the morning and perhaps far beyond the morning.
What do you say we slink on out to the south side of Shull Island?
Uh-oh.
Jay Shakura over Ryan Schmidt's right-hand corner. Ryan Schmidt, live.
Brian. Two-time winner with Elite Series.
Pretty cool looking fish.
Yeah, it's got some interesting pattern on it.
It's a good fish.
Now this is exclusively his game plan. He's been just completely
a little bit of school and fish in the morning, but that has been the other bull of the gun. From there, we're going to get out to Patrick Walters. Looks like he's got back shallow again.
We're not going to go for it. Not crazy far.
I got to go find a point they're biting on. I'm actually going to go to the back real quick. I think they're actually about to start biting. I might go hit my... I'm actually probably going to go hit my on spot real quick.
That's just the toughest thing that these guys are going to have with Walters is that he is fishing 10 or 15 spots that he has trusted this week, but he's got another 85 elsewhere he could stop at any random point and be like, I have faith that this spot will play again.
It just seems like his floor is about 18 pounds.
Right.
And other thing to say is really, if you look at pre-tournament reports, he has well exceeded what it was gonna take to win this tournament.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think he's going to be up in the 80s, don't you?
JT, yes, absolutely. JT Tomkins live, back where he crushed him this morning.
Yeah, I tried to go run a lot of new water just to. I know that if I want to beat Patrick, I'm probably going to have to bring 25. If I number one, bring 20 today and then bring 25 tomorrow, and the only way I know to do that is find a bunch of new water. It seems like for some reason a lot of people moved in on a lot of spots I was fishing this week. Today, kind of been off to myself on a lot of them, and then today it was just brutal with being able to get on spots later in the day. So my rotation was messed up. So went and looked for a lot of new water, burned a lot of time, but that's part of it. You gotta. I could have just easily went out there and, caught a 5-pounder and found 2 new schools that are fresh, and it had been a different story. But that didn't happen. But that was what we were going for. But it is what it is. We had a lot of opportunities today to have 22 to 25 pounds, and we just didn't execute. So hopefully tomorrow, if we can get out there, we can, try to get one more big 4 to 5 pounder today, get us close to 20 pounds. And then, tomorrow we're around plenty of 25-pound bags. So we just need to put 5 of those 5-pounders in the boat, and maybe even a big 7-pounder, because we haven't seen a fish over 5 pounds yet this week. And then we can bring a 25-pound bag and make a really big run at it. But, we'll see. It's a big timing deal. So we hit one of these places, good timing, you can coal up fast. So that's what I like about herring fishing. It only takes one spot, and it only takes a couple minutes. So we'll see how it goes the rest of the day. But going in tomorrow, kind of know my rotation a little better. Hopefully be able to execute in the morning time when they're schooling a little better, and then we'll see what happens from there. That's all I can really do. And see if we can drag a little worm around. Haven't done it, but I know they bite it. So we'll see if we can get a bite or two doing this at the end of the day. Oh yeah, and happy Mother's Day to my mom and all the mothers out there that work so hard to keep all of us on the road. And Trey and all of us, our moms are the backbone of everything we do. So I really want to throw out a lot of appreciation to all the mothers out there. They are kind of like the silent hand behind every good man in the world. So I really appreciate all those mothers out there working hard for everything that we get and get to enjoy.
Ronnie, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We know that he and Trey McKinney travel together, collaborate somewhat. Who does Patrick? Does he have a
Hamner.
Hamner.
Oh, it's Hamner.
Come
Okay.
on,
All right.
Tommy.
Okay.
Hamner.
I'm sorry I didn't know that.
I was honored that you thought, you asked me that. I was ready to answer. Even if I didn't know, I would have given you an answer, Tommy.
I know that. I know you would have. Jordan Lee live.
Yeah. Travels with Wilson, the soccer ball.
Yeah, you know him. Yeah, that guy. Jordan Lee needs one. We were talking about the Angler of the Year race, and he's still in second, but he's considerably farther behind now.
Come on, measure, baby. Number 4.
Trey McKinney's going to leave this tournament, obviously, with the Angler of the Year lead, switching into Wheeler, Smith.
Yep.
And you look at
Lost
who's
number
been
5 a bunch.
this morning with the Corey
Got an hour to catch
Johnson.
number 5. That's my goal. Pound and a quarter.
Look at Corey Johnston and Chris Johnston, obviously, as we make that swing up north to Champlain, then St. Lawrence River. Jordan Lee's pretty pretty salty on smallmouth as well. He has done very well on both of those bodies of water. Gonna slink around Shoal Island real quick.
And it was that big one that Felix caught was his limit fish. Bass Track has finally kicked in, and he is actually.
All right, good.
Yeah, he does have a limit. He's right there in the top 20 now.
Oh, he'll help. All right, we are starting to see a drop shot being a way bigger player today than it's been earlier in this tournament.
Maybe the reason we see Ed Lochran sneaking in our top 10. He is a very good largemouth drop shot angler.
You're not that big. Calm down.
He's caught him smallmouth in as well, but.
You are bigger than it. Ah! Open your mouth. Ouch. We can get rid of that 12-incher now, or 14-incher. Which one is he? No, that wasn't it. Must have been yellow. I think he was yellow. He wasn't green, was he? Green? No. Yellow. No, call him 2-pounder.
Told you guys on day one of this tournament that I had just called to chit chat on the off day with some of the anglers, and Whitaker had me on speakerphone in the room with Felix and others, and he had said that I'm not on him, but Austin will probably be in the top 10 by the end of the week. He's on him. And so it's good to see that actually come to fruition. A good practice turn into a good tournament for Austin Felix.
And that they're actually being honest with
you.
Right.
Uh-huh. That's why I only made like one phone call.
Hey, this is the kind of lake, though, sets up for an Austin Felix, man.
Sure.
Even though there are herring in here, there are so many northern lakes that set up a lot like Lake Murray does. We're going to just slink around the corner towards the dam with Brock Mosley live.
Made the most of it, I guess. Considering I really wasn't on much. I wish we had one more good fish. One more good fish would really help. But can't complain. Hope I get a chance to go tomorrow. I'm gonna be able to do what I want to do for a little longer anyway. These frag garters have kind of disappointed me today.
Over to Will Davis. Just under 17 pounds right now.
Begging. Got one hook.
Will Davis is we were talking about a commercial break, a good guy and a good fisherman, really good fisherman. He starts to get a little bit of history on some of these lakes. He will be a headache on the elites. Not that he already is.
Yeah, he kind of is. They dominated the Bass Nation Championships.
Oh, come here.
Of late.
Absolutely.
There we go. That's a good one.
Good one right there.
Yes.
Two 2.5 pounders to get rid of. That'll help.
We may be going to the state of Alabama, but not the river that he is from. The Coosa River will be on the Tennessee River and will be on Smith Lake. But Will Davis won Bass Nation Championship on Pickwick. He's won Bass Nation Regionals on Smith.
Wow, did he really?
I wouldn't be surprised if Wheeler and Smith end up doing okay for
man to watch.
The men from Sylacauga.
Absolutely. Been around the fishing business most of his life,
I don't
guess.
think we've probably praised him for winning back-to-back Bass Nation Championships enough, because that is something that's
we have to. Yes, we have.
No, we've mentioned it.
Don't you? No, you.
We haven't praised it because it's worthy of praise. That is for sure. Wheeler Lake, middle of next month, June 13th through the 16th, is our next stop here. The Alabama swing, as you mentioned, going to take us to Smith Lake. It's got a high reservoir there, a lot of clear water, spotted bass, and such. Also be going to Wheeler, as we mentioned here, on the Tennessee River. Coming up next month.
Giant one, bro. Just one fish at a time, baby. She's the monster, dude. Bro.
Taking a look at the season so far, it's been a fun one. Second year for the EQs, the elite qualifiers. So Scott Martin setting all kinds of records at his big win at the first event of the year down at Lake Okeechobee. This is Jeremiah Kendi at Lake Washita. This is kind of his home stomping grounds right here. And for the second time in a row, we would have a local winner.
I was just trenched in, Tommy, just soaking it in the first few opens of the year.
I was made to understand that this was good to go. So
the opens, Tommy, has been the story of the year. Is the local angler spends their time traveling the country, but still knows how to catch them on their home body of water. Scott Martin, Jeremiah Kendi, Kyle Austin, and then coming up, our most recent one, Josh Butler, all local advantage victories.
Fair to say, though, in defense, it was driving itself.
It really was.
It really was. It's a good feature. But what I have noticed, guys, and I have tuned in to all of the opens that you guys have covered this season, it has been, as you said, Ron Moore, it has been a local angler beat down. Kyle Austin, Santee Cooper, nasty final day. It was. Take a look here at Logan Martin a couple weeks ago. I didn't cover this event. I really don't know why I'm talking at this point.
Well, that's Josh Butler, see? You've been to Logan Martin. You've seen it.
I have been there.
You know this place up and down.
It was very great. Hey, beautiful new Lincoln's Landing up there, where the takeoff was.
Give me some.
Butler utilized a shad spawn, and we thought, hey, it's a safe baseline limit, but he caught almost a 3-pounder, and he carried that one fish all the way through weigh-in. He culled the other 4 out at the dam when the current started flowing. Key for him, because now he's in the Bassmaster Classic, and that first place finish put him in the top 9 of points, which will get you to the Elite Series.
Josh Butler's my guy. I fished a few night tournaments with him a while back. Taking a look at the points in our Bassmaster EQ Elite qualifiers. First place, Evan Kung. Little scary angler right behind him, Kota A-Bear. Some big names in the top 10 of the EQ series.
Yeah, that's your whole Tackle Warehouse EQ series as it stands right now. 4 into our 9-event season right there. Matt Adams, Paul Marks from Georgia. Lake Lanier guy, Josh Butler now. We just saw him in action. Bobby Bakewell and Bo Browning from the state of Arkansas.
Z, next stop is Eufaula, Oklahoma. It'll be between our 2 Alabama events. And normally June is tough for most bodies of water, but Eufaula, Oklahoma, it seems to fish all right in June. Last year was a great event around the same time.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with it, even though he's a little bit back on the standings. Emil Wagner, I'm going to say that he wins the entire points race still.
Wow.
I know,
Okay.
I know.
All right.
I know. Going out on a limb right
the
there.
horse you're backing.
He's my guy.
Okay. We like it.
What do you say we just get back out of the water right now? Jordan Lee, who has relocated. A lot of his damage yesterday was done down by the dam where there has not been a lot of pressure in this tournament. Jordan Lee live. It's a very disjointed Bassmaster Open piece.
Hey, well, I thought
I liked it though.
It was a good
to that
piece.
point of day.
My bad.
It's not big, but it may be number 5. If I can get it in. I think that's gonna be number 5.
Fish number 5 for Jordan Lee, and a little bit
Big
surprising.
One, but big one.
Yes, very
Not
big.
size
one.
of the fish, but the importance of it.
Oh man, it ain't much, but we got us a limit. It took us all day. It's a small one, but you can't leave one out there. I'm happy with that. After losing some and
Get out to Lee Livesay right now, tuning up Kyle Patrick is what we
What?
understand.
No.
Actually, no.
Really?
They've actually shared this spot all week long. First day of the tournament, they shared this area.
It was phrased as having a chat.
Having a chat. There we go.
Off that point or this point?
There we go.
I can't catch them anymore. I think we caught them all. I'm done with that point. I'm not going back to it.
They should fish closer together.
I want them both to catch one at the same time.
I want them both to take it to the house.
Oh, what? No,
Would be a little one.
it's
You
too
catch
late
little
in the
ones on
day
it.
for that.
Walter said he's caught one he weighed every day on it.
Walter's got his big one on it. I call him a liar because I've been throwing crap out. I catch 2 60s on it. Or 3 inchers.
Be like, dang.
I got another rig tied on, I'll give you. Oh, I threw it in the rocks.
You're having fun.
Huh?
I threw it too far.
You dang right you did.
Good
What
thing.
you got?
I want to see him bust right out there.
That's
That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
want them to both.
Yeah.
I'd be burning it in when they were schooling today, and they'd be chasing my Carolina rig 100 mile an hour. I'd stop it, and they'd go.
Honestly, it wasn't until the day one of the tournaments that I knew they were good ones here.
You can catch a big one.
Practice, I caught a 2.5, a 3, a 2.5, like right in there.
Yeah.
And then
There's a good little mix of size here. Keepers, and then you catch a 6-pounder. I caught a 4, and Caleb caught a 6.
today?
No, here in practice.
I'd love to see Kyle Patrick pull up his shallow water anchors and move up about 8 feet and then put them down again right now. Just without saying anything.
Yeah, it's just keep fishing. Third place, Trey McKinney.
Hey, Lee has done a great job keeping his composure.
Yeah.
Well, we've had a little change of plans. I seen a pretty good one. I don't know if it's on bed or what, but it's garden fry. But I think she's still there. Can't see her with my eyes because she's too deep.
Tommy, what do these humans
But I see a small one
on Lake Murray do for a living?
I don't know.
I'm not kidding.
She's not locked on by any means. Because she's not reacting to how she should if she was on a bed. So I don't know what she's doing. She was sitting over there on the pipe when I come. Can't tell if it's her or not. It's definitely one I need. It was like a 4 or something. She was big. I was hoping a little random luck or something coming down this bank, and we saw her, but she's definitely not in the most catchable suite. And I can't see her with my eyes because she's too deep now, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on, truthfully.
Well, if you didn't get to see it earlier, we played it.
It's a treat for you.
Power pole replay of the day. We
could do it again.
Young man right here. He has brought it every single day of the season.
His career.
Power pole replay of the day. Trey McKinney earlier today absolutely climbed on a wolf pack, and then this happened. That's it. Biggest one in his live well. Boat flip it. Good one right there. Power pole replay of the day, Trey McKinney. Will be very interesting to watch him get back on that spot that he did the majority of his damage
Not
earlier
this spot,
today.
but
Not
the one
that
before.
spot.
The one before,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Come get it.
That's exactly right. Come get it is right. Trey McKinney, you are Power pole replay of the day. Oh, it was a fun morning. Feels like it was 39 days ago.
Trey McKinney with 18 pounds and 10 ounces unofficially. Might be more than that. Right behind JT Tomkins with 18 pounds today. And Patrick Walters, 17.8. Well, there's going to be some movement headed back to Dreher Island State Park here because the first flight due back in at 3 o'clock, so it leaves a little bit of fishing time. And depending on how far away you are, that much travel time. So,
and it is that time of day out there, Tommy.
Coming on, yeah.
You can get some
Mother's
of them
Day
wake
out on the
boats
lake.
out.
Tomorrow be less boats, you would
think so.
A little less fishing going on. Probably be some people fishing tomorrow. We know 10 will be. Bassmaster Elite Series anglers who are going to make it through today's weigh-in and graduate on to Championship Monday. Wes Logan in the 10th spot right now, if it were to end right now. But again, we got a little fishing time. Of course, we got a whole second flight coming in a little bit later than that. So for those anglers, a little bit more time to get something done, something that might land you in that top group. Brian Schmidt.
Boy, he hits him with the drop shot. I mean, feel his lash. Boy, getting bit, but not what he was on, not what he was expecting.
I don't know if he helps. I don't think he helps, man.
Number 2 and 3, Tomkins, McKinney.
You pretty much have McKinney, Tomkins, and Walters over 20 pounds today.
Yeah, all kind of a wash.
I would think so, yeah.
How they
Kind of a
started the
wash.
day,
Yep.
they'll be.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a hold in your place day. JT Tomkins, we were talking about the EQs. Last year, he was the points winner of that circuit.
Averaged a 17th place finish over the 9 opens last year. And we went from places like Eufaula, Alabama, Toledo Bend. You ended up having, oh Lord, now I just...
Harris Chain.
Harris Chain at the end. You had Eufaula, Oklahoma in there. You had Wheeler Lake as well.
Lake of the Ozarks.
Ozarks, Watts Bar.
Yeah.
St. Lawrence River was also in there, just the river only.
Lots of variety, yeah.
Don't give up.
That's true.
Well, right.
That's very, very true.
Yet it's the 3rd place finisher who was the leader for Rookie of the Year this year.
Yes.
That would be Trey McKinney.
Trey really showed his age at the end of last season where he slipped off a little bit, and it was a 3-horse race for half the season and became a John Garrett, JT Tomkins race at the end. So, you know, real disappointing. He lowered his average finish from 18th to about 24th. Yeah, 22, you know.
Total collapse.
Total.
Well, we said it earlier today on FS1. Rookies on the Elite Series right now. I was talking to Mike McInnes about this and talked about it live on Fox. They've taken some heat this year verbally, from, and some of it rightfully so. But the one thing you can say is a lot of anglers have made the comment that,
oh my goodness,
well, these guys aren't real good without their electronics, and they're obviously very good with them. They're equally as good without them. And if you don't see that, you're not watching it.
They can all catch them.
Last little
There's
bit,
no
you
doubt
know,
about
we need
that.
some last minute heroics. Catch me one more good one right before the day ends. Just trying to get one more bite. We got 20 minutes. Plenty of time. The old fluke.
Tommy, get ready for this. Why don't we just slink on over to Livesay real quickly?
I hope they're still, I hope they double up.
Get ready for this, friend. Been a weird year, been a weird week. Livesay, Bassmaster Live.
What?
Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes, thank you, Kyle. Yes. What did you just do?
I went to step on my trolling motor, dude.
Hold on. Let's just do that again in real time and then slow motion it. We don't owe another power pole replay of the day. Kyle Patrick, you're never going to live that one down, bud. Not as long as I'm in. So look, he's hanging on the cable like a fruit bat. That's what he is from now on. He is called the fruit bat.
Till further notice.
If he would have worn shoes, boy, he wouldn't have fallen in.
No kidding.
I got to watch my mouth because
nobody loved it more than Lee Livesay, I can tell you that.
Hold on. Real time it and get Lee's reaction.
Lee is like ecstatic about that.
But you fell out in slow motion.
Well, I went for a little dip. I tried to, standing here waiting for fish to bust, and I tried to adjust my step, and I slipped off my quest.
Yep.
Into the drink.
Let's do it again real time. Breed Love, where you at? I need you.
It actually scared me really bad.
I could tell.
Set up the 10 seconds prior to.
I wish they would have came
quiet
up with
and
school
slow.
everywhere right when you did that.
Lee's just looking around waiting for him to school. Here's a big splash right beside the boat.
Watch Lee. And listen.
Yes! Oh my gosh.
That is so cranky.
Kyle.
That is so cranky.
What did you just do?
I went to step on my trolling motor, dude. Oh, I got that.
Oh,
here we go.
Kyle, can you get that one for him?
This is awkward with this many poles and trolling motors in the water.
That one might actually help me.
Well, he spit up a
better.
Trick worm and a shaky head. Here you go. Use this tomorrow. That's what they're biting.
Sweet.
Wow.
They're having a time.
That's actually a good looking bait. It's the best segment of the whole day.
What do I have? What's my small one? Go down.
Dude, that one's not 270.
I know. I'm just going to look at it because I ain't caught one in 8 hours. Come on there. Dang, I still got 2 twos.
How much was that?
$245.
Can we just get the audio of Lee saying yes
that is
on everything we do the rest of the day? The rest of the day.
You can't
Ricky,
tell if it was
I need you, Ricky.
8-pounder at fork with the way he said it, or if Kyle Patrick fell out of the boat.
Need to snip that off. It'll fit for everything.
There are some moments that are just so pure and honest and have such joy of life in them that we just can't quit watching them. And Lee's reaction to that was just so honest and good and right, spot on.
It was, and there was not a lot of profanity, which there could have been.
No,
I was even watching myself.
But
I was watching myself.
It's just as good without it.
The only thing that truly sucks about that happening is we're not on Fox, because I would rerun that, re-rack that as much as the Trey McKinney catch. I promise you I would. Hey, all honesty, going in, number one, have a great happy Mother's Day to everybody that's tuned into this hot mess today. Is looking at tomorrow, obviously a big lead for Patrick Walters, but we are finally going to see a weather shift, a shift like we got to see, not quite as severe as Thursday and Friday, but a lot of cloud cover tomorrow, and really a lot of your leaders besides Patrick Walters, backed way off of their schools mid-morning today. So they know they're set up. They're going to need somebody to slip,
right.
but it should be a really, really fun championship. I so wish we would have had that footage.
Could be great.
On
Could be
Fox.
great.
That would be rerun at Bassmaster.
Yeah. Hey, guys,
yes.
At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, last couple minutes of the fishing day, very important day. We talk about how important it is day 2 for these anglers to advance and make the cut, but day 3 is a huge day. Guys who come in and barely sneak in 45th to 50th place have the opportunity to move up and gain 20 or 30 points that help classic qualification, AOY standing, rookie of the year, all of those races. And also, we're getting to the midway point, thinking about staying requalified for the Elite Series. You'll want to do that. Now, when we think of Angler of the Year, really we talk about Angler of the Year every single day of competition, but it's kudos to who has started strong. We always talk about that Toledo, Fork, Harris Chain, St. John's River. It's kudos to Trey McKinney for his great start. But where at that point in the season is it become his race to lose? And today is a very crucial day in that season. Every one of our top 5 in AOY coming into today's competition, fishing today, but a lot of those other ones have slipped off. Trey McKinney started the day in 6th, probably going to end in the top 5 at least, maybe 3rd at worst because of how good his day was. Jordan Lee, 2nd place, still only a single-digit margin between the two anglers. He started the day 7th, and just a few minutes ago he had dropped down to 29th in today's Bass Track standings. A loss of about 22 points doesn't seem like a lot, but when your closest pursuer, the guy you're chasing, has a couple-point lead and continues to gain even on slower days, that's something to be aware of. Chris Johnston, Corey has fallen about 10 or 15 spots, but not as dramatic as Chris's fall. Chris was 3rd in points coming into today. 17th starting the tournament today, falling down to around 43rd, not quite a limit. Jordan's limit just a few minutes ago is very key for him. Another important thing to think about now is the Classic cut line as well to get to Ray Roberts in Texas next year. Austin Felix, this is his season so far, 17th in Toledo Bend, 94th at Lake Fork. Even though it wasn't a points event, he turned around in Tulsa at Grand Lake, had a terrible Classic, 46th place there out of the 52 anglers. So he had 2 bad events out of his first 3. He got it going in Florida with a 19th at the Harris Chain, 100th place finish at the St. John's River, though set him back, 17th on Bass Track as of about 10 minutes ago. So that is the accumulation of 3 really good finishes, 3 top 20s in the elites, partnered with 2 bottom 10 finishes, and it gets you on the Classic cut line 40th place. So those bad finishes really outweigh some of your good ones. You're going to need top 10s, and Felix is hoping one more fish could get him in the top 10.
Back to the Trey McKinney thing and where he's leading in the Angler of the Year race. No matter what, even if Jordan Lee loses points or Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney is still the underdog to win Angler of the Year.
Oh, sure.
And why I say that, obviously he has shown 0 weaknesses all year long. You would say, man, you might slip up in Alabama. You might slip up north because one of those other anglers are not going to do that.
Jordan's prime time is coming up the next 2 events, and then the last 2 are prime time for the Johnsons.
Now the other side of it is he's pretty good at shining. Trey McKinney is pretty good at shining, and we got 4 shining tournaments coming.
Absolutely.
But the other one's pretty good at it.
All right, one more thing. Kyle Patrick, go back to nothing against Kyle. He's a great guy. He was laughing as hard as anybody.
I'm glad he's safe.
I just want everyone to be clear that we did not want him to fall in, but
I did.
It was so fun. Well, you did.
I absolutely did.
We are way past our break.
Great guy.
It was awesome. Absolutely.
We're going to take a break real fast. Come right back.
10 minutes left.
Well, our 7 hours of coverage, live coverage of this Bassmaster Elite Series, Minn Kota Elite from South Carolina on fantastic Lake Murray, sponsored by Garmin, is getting near its conclusion for the day. But don't forget, coming up at 3 o'clock, I'll say this several times probably, it's the weigh-in. Starts at 3 o'clock. We're going to find out who the 10 are who will be on hand starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow for Championship Monday. Very important.
All right, we just finished up day 3 on Lake Murray. Had a great morning, man. Didn't make anything work this afternoon. I got 18 3/4 or so, I hope. That's what I got on the scale. Hopefully we get to go tomorrow. It's going to be close to 19 a day. I'm not sure where we'll end up, but Hopefully, fingers crossed, we get to fish day 4, final day on Lake Murray. I love it, man. Catching them all on top waters. Y'all saw it. Big blow-ups, big bass. Place is cool. Fingers crossed, we get to go tomorrow, day 4, Lake Murray. Huge shout out to all my sponsors, all the fans, and all the mothers. It's Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. See y'all soon.
Thank you, Lee.
I figured if I caught 16 pounds that I would make tomorrow. I got 16, so if I don't make it, then, you know, them guys caught them pretty good. So all in all, it's been a good week, whether I make it or not. So wish we would have caught a few more today, but, you know, finally gonna get the conditions I want tomorrow. So pretty excited about that. I think I can catch a big bag if I do make it tomorrow.
Mosley said he'll get to fish the way he wants to fish tomorrow. Like a good bet to make it, but we will not be sure until everything's locked down and official. That's the weigh-in time. 3 p.m. Dave Mercer will crank it up, our first flight of our 2 flights. 25 anglers will report them.
Yeah, they're checking in right now as they're idling in, giving us those reports. 15 minutes, so at 3:15 Eastern is when second flight, the other 25 come check in. So you won't want to miss the weigh-in there. As soon as we're done,
it's a great day.
Swap over.
Man.
Yes! Better than I was expecting.
Whoa,
you know what? Let's just, guys, we're going to see you for Championship Monday. Lee Livesay, do me a favor. Take it over, friend.
Yes!
It's so incredibly dumb.
Yes!
I want that as my ringtone.
No kidding.
Hey Lee, was today fun? Was today fun? Oh yes, it was.
Real quick, can I get a machine gun of them, Ricky?
Yes! Yes!
All right, happy Mother's Day.
That is Bass Live immortality right there.
Yes, it is.
Lee Livesay.
Yes!
Joining the club. Good stuff.
Tommy,
Final minute of a
real quick.
7-hour day.
Yes! Yes!
Tommy, is there a chance you'd like to go out and party?
Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes! Thank you. Kyle, that wasn't fun, but thank you for that. That was really good.
Hey, Kyle's gonna save about 15 minutes today. Doesn't need to take a shower, Tommy. He's already got the bottom half good.
That's right. He's got it done. Coverage tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. So check us out on Bassmaster tomorrow.
Tommy, do you like babies?
Yes, I do. I cannot deny it.
Okay, we're done.
Thank you so much for being with us today. It's a better day than I was expecting, and some of us were expecting some good fishing. And tomorrow holds a lot of promise. 10 anglers only tomorrow. We'll have a winner at the end of it all.